reined in. Trump himself, the originator of these horrible ICE goon squads, has said they've gone too far. We can't just give ICE a blank check to keep operating without guardrails, as Republicans have proposed in their previous votes. So today, Democrats offer to pay TSA without the anchor of demanding funding of ICE and CPB without any guardrails, which is what the Republicans
Check everything
are
off
doing.
your thrill list with FanDuel
We want to
Casino's
open
rewards
TSA
card.
with no strings attached. Let me repeat, no strings attached. There's not one bill the Republicans have brought forward that doesn't have strings attached, strings that don't let it have a majority vote. Now, we're having productive conversations on reforming ICE and CPB, and Democrats remain committed to securing reforms. But that's an ongoing process. They're meeting today again. But we must fund TSA now. Let us keep negotiating the outstanding issues with ICE, but let us start sending paychecks to TSA workers now. Let us bring the long lines at the airports. Let us end the long lines at the airport now. This is the logical, expedient, correct thing to do. So in conclusion, I urge my Republican colleagues, vote yes if you want to pay TSA. Vote yes if you want to bring down the long lines at airports. Vote yes today. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the senator from Tennessee.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we're having quite a debate, and I do believe that the American people are learning quite a bit about the Democratic members of the Senate and the Republican members of the Senate as we go through this debate on the Save America Act. Now, what we've heard from some of our Democratic colleagues is showing a voter ID is common sense. I'm glad that they have come to that recognition and that they realize it does make sense that you would show an ID when you go to vote, that they show an ID many times a day, whether it is to pick up a prescription at the pharmacy or to register for federal benefits or to go to a child's school. Voter ID is something that makes sense because the American people are accustomed to verifying to individuals that they are indeed who they claim to be. But our friends across the aisle, only here in this chamber, are saying, oh, we can't vote for that. Now, 71% of all Democrats, 85% of all independents, and over 90% of all Republicans agree voter ID is a good idea. We also see the same type numbers when it comes to the other common sense provision that if you are going to vote in a U.S. election, you really ought to be a U.S. citizen. That makes sense to people. They know that when they travel to other countries, they don't vote in those elections, even if they're there on an election day. But because our friends across the aisle want to make it easy to cheat, they want to allow individuals that are illegally in the country or people that are here on a visa or people that are here as permanent residents or people that are touring our country to show up at a poll, grab a ballot, give an address, and cast that ballot because in 12 states in this country, you can vote without showing anything when you go to the polls. Just give them your name and cast that ballot. Well, quite frankly, the American people thinks that the right to vote is precious and that we should defend one person, one vote. They look at casting that vote as their duty and their honor. And they are fully aware if someone illegally in the country, someone not entitled to vote, casts a ballot, then it negates their ballot. So the American people are watching and observing and learning. And we see that not only are they blaming the Democrats for this latest shutdown of Homeland Security, they think they've lost their ever-loving minds, that they will not support voter ID and being a citizen of the nation in order to cast a vote. Now, there is another provision that I want to call attention to, and we're going to vote on this amendment in a few minutes. And this is protecting girls in sports. We know that Title IX has opened the doors for young women and girls to compete in sports. Now, Mr. President, 50 years ago, when Title IX came to be, we only had about 300,000 college and high school female athletes that were competing. Today, that number is over 3 million. And I know many of us are watching March Madness and the talented young women that are playing in this tournament. We love cheering for them. We love watching them excel and succeed. We love it when we are watching college sports and we see young women who have come together, who have formed a team, who have built that camaraderie and know how to compete as a team. They like that. But obviously, our friends across the aisle who once upon a time liked to say that they were leading the pack supporting women, they've decided they no longer support women. They can't even define the word woman. So therefore, they're not able to support women, and therefore they want to tear down Title IX, which has opened doors of opportunity for young women. Now, thank goodness, President Donald Trump has tried to chase away some of the adverse actions against Title IX that were carried out during the Biden administration when opportunities for young women and girls were lost, when women would be forced to share a locker room with guys because the guy decided he was going to claim to be a female so he could compete, whether it's track or swimming or volleyball, softball. The guy couldn't win in the guys category, so they claimed to be female so they can take away that opportunity, so they can take away that trophy, so they can take away the scholarship from young women. Actually, I think that is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. But our friends across the aisle support that. They want to diminish these opportunities for women. But President Trump said, "I've had enough of that." He did an executive order banning men from competing in women's sports. And Secretary McMahon, who's doing a fabulous job as our education secretary, is investigating educational institutions all across the country that are violating Title IX and are allowing men to compete in women's sports and thereby take away the opportunities from women. Thank goodness she is doing that. And thank goodness these institutions are being held to account for discriminating against these women who want to compete, who want to be able to do it safely and without being injured. Now, in just a few moments, Senator Tuberville and I are going to push to pass the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. We're doing this as part of the Save America Act because it's another of these issues that you've got 80% of the American people, 90%, 70% of the American people that are for this. Now, what the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act will do is to codify President Trump's executive order. You know, Mr. President, I am asked regularly by Tennesseans, these executive orders are great, but when are you going to codify this and put it into law so that it will have the force of law behind it? So today, when it comes to protecting women in sports, to making certain men cannot compete in women's sports, when it comes to affirming biological reality, we are going to take that vote as the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act is offered as an amendment. To my friends across the aisle, Mr. President, I would encourage them. Choose today to honor women. Choose today to stand with women. Choose today to support so many young women that absolutely want to be able to compete. You know, Mr. President, today is a beautiful day. in the great state of Tennessee, which I think is the best place on the face of the earth to live. It's a gorgeous spring day. The forsythia is bright yellow and blooming. The red buds are purple, and they're magnificent. And the sun is shining. And in driveways all across our great state, you have young girls who are out bouncing that basketball. They are hoping for their shot to play for Vanderbilt or to be a UT Lady Vol and to make that college team. They want to be able to compete. They're watching what is happening with March Madness. They're following women that they have seen compete on these college teams. And I hope they find it as absolutely disgusting as I do that our colleagues across the aisle have chosen a course of action. They cannot define woman, and they will not defend woman. I would encourage them to change course and vote for the Protection of Girls in Sports Act. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks.
I recognize the senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seemed like Groundhog Day in here.
The Senate's in quorum.
Oh, can I ask to vitiate the quorum?
Without objection.
Thank you very much, sir. Seemed like Groundhog Day in here to me. I've been here 6 years, and this is the fourth time that I've had this bill on the floor, and I'm still trying. And I'm going to continue to try it. I'm gone. I can't believe this is even an issue. But nothing basically has surprised me since I've been here of things that we have either voted for or voted against here in this body. I've come to the floor, as I said, 4 different times to try to get the Senate to pass the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. It is not very complicated. For some reason, we're making it complicated. Every time that we've voted on this, I have not got one single Democrat to vote for it. I think you can look back at the election this past year in 2024. One of the main issues that were the majority in here, majority in the House, and have control of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is because, for some reason, my Democrat colleagues do not want to protect girls and women in sports. It's ludicrous. For the life of me, I cannot understand how biological males can be given the right to take away the rights of young girls, elementary school, junior high, high school, junior college, 4-year universities, and even in pro sports. I cannot understand it. We have women's sports and we have men's sports, and that's the way it should be. It's the way it's been for up until just a few years ago. Now, President Trump has changed that since he took office. He executive ordered that no men participate in women's sports. But here's the deal. We all know that executive orders only last a certain amount of time. If the Democrats take control of the White House, that will change overnight. Biological men will be allowed to participate in women's sports. But surely to goodness, everybody in here has daughters or nieces or granddaughters that love sports. One of the best things this country has going for it. You're taught teamwork, dedication, work ethic, time control, organization. You get all those things out of sports. I did it for 35 years. I've seen people change their lives because of what sports did to their lives. Sometimes they're not very focused through a school, whether it's high school, or junior college, or a four-year university. But if they participate in that and they go through the grueling practice and meetings and lifting and all the things that they have to do, they learn. They learn how to control their lives. They learn how to take care of themselves. But for some reason, we don't want women and girls to have that opportunity. In this body, the Democratic Party wants biological men to be able to participate. So, what would you say to the volleyball player at San Jose University who thought on a road trip, you double up, whether it's a men's sport or women's sport, you double up in a hotel room before you play the next day? She did not realize that she was sharing a room and possibly even a bed with a male. She didn't know he was transgender. She did not know it. She quit school, did not get her degree because she was petrified at what she had to go through. Because of this body right here. It is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Female athletes suffer long injuries because of competing against bigger men. Can we not figure that out? Can we not figure that out? How about the trophies and awards that are stolen from young girls and ladies that work all their life to win a game or a sport or win some kind of award in the sport that they're in, and they put all their dedicated life into that, and they lose to somebody that's much more physical, bigger, stronger, and faster because of us in here. Not anybody else, because of us, because we won't vote to say, no, they can't do it. It really makes no sense whatsoever. But you know what? The people of this country voted. They voted their tails out, a majority in the House and the Senate and the White House, and one reason was because of no common sense. None. And they should, and it's going to get them again next year. If I was a leader over there, I'd go, hey, listen, we're getting our tails kicked on this. Let's go vote for this and get it over with, because we're going to lose a lot of votes. 80% of the country believe that men should not play in women's sports, but no, they're going to stand up for the 20%, the 20% crazies that have no clue of what they're doing when they're voting for men to play in women's sports. So I appreciate President Trump's executive order to put life back into women's sports. And we're not talking about all 18, 19, 20-year-olds. I'm talking about 4 or 5 years old. All of women's sports. So, this is an 80-20 issue. Common sense. I mean, there's not a lot of common sense up here, because my colleagues on the left a couple of years ago tried to push on the United States that men can have babies. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What country do we live in when we've got leaders of this country trying to push an idea that men can have babies? We've lost it. and we better get control of it. I think that my colleagues on the left have really lost touch with reality because of why. You would ask yourself why. You go home and think, why would anybody vote for that? And I tell you why. Because there's a group of people they're trying to protect that would vote for their power. They're not voting for young women. They're not voting for older women. They're voting for power so they can push this nonsense on you all over this country. And enough's enough of it. Enough's enough. So, I hope today when we vote on this bill for the fourth time that men cannot play in women's sports, that when they walk up to vote and say, no, I'm against that, look at the damn camera up there and let the people see you vote against women in this country to have the same rights as men when it comes to athletics. Please do that so we can put your picture on television. Don't vote for this guy next November because there is no possible way that you can elect somebody that believes this nonsense. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following resolutions in block. Senate Resolution 372 for Officer Hunter Simoncic, who was killed in the line of duty on August the 26th, 2025, and Senate Resolution 425 for Officer Scott Heineman, who was killed in the line of duty on September the 27th, 2025.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures on block? Without objection.
Committees
are discharged.
Mr.
Senate
President,
will proceed to the measures on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls in relationship to the Senate Amendment number 4421 and the Schumer motion to suspend Rule 25.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on Amendment number 4421 to the motion to concur in the House Amendment to accompany S 1383 with substitute Amendment 4420, an act to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on amendment number 4421 offered by the senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, to the motion to concur in the House amendment with amendment number 4420 to S 1383, an act to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Capito, Cornyn, Crapo, Ernst, Graham, Justice, Lankford, Moran, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kim, Klobuchar, Merkley, Ossoff, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Warnock, Whitehouse. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
Marino, aye.
Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd. Aye. Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Mamas, Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Only, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley. Aye. Ms. Markowski, Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cruz. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 41. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize
Mr. President, could we have order, please?
the Senate will be in order. I recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, I have a motion today that asks every senator a very simple question. Do you want TSA workers to get their pay? Yes or no? Are you tired, like many Americans are, of seeing long lines at the airport? Yes or no? If senators want to pay TSA workers and end the airport chaos, they should support my motion. Our TSA workers cannot be taken hostage for political games. But that is what Republicans have done. It is unacceptable to say we will only pay TSA workers if it is attached to a bill that funds ICE with no reforms. But that's what Republicans have done. Democrats want to pay TSA workers ASAP, no strings attached. A yes vote on my motion would start doing just that. This is the only vote, not the others, that will fund that the Senate has taken that will fund TSA, no ands, ifs, or buts. This is the first time the Senate holds a vote related to paying TSA workers that has zero strings attached to it. This is the vote, the only vote that says you're for supporting TSA families unconditionally. All the votes Republicans have pushed so far tie TSA paychecks to fully funding ICE without any reforms. Republicans say, sure, we'll pay TSA, but only if you keep funding ICE agents without any guardrails whatsoever. That's not acceptable to the American people. So today, my motion makes the matter very simple. Let's pay TSA workers ASAP. That's it, nothing else. We can keep negotiating ICE and CBP separately. We're having some productive conversations on getting reforms to ICE, and Democrats are going to continue pushing for real serious reforms through legislation. But that's an ongoing process that should not get in the way of funding our TSA workers. So let's keep negotiating the outstanding issues with ICE while sending paychecks to TSA workers now. Let us end the long lines at the airports now. This is the logical, expedient, and correct thing to do. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Republican leader.
Mr. President, this motion, and when I hear the phrases used like no strings attached or how simple this is, there isn't anything that can be more complicated than this. This is a Schumer motion to suspend the rules, to refer the House message, the bill that we're on, to the Rules Committee, which doesn't have jurisdiction over appropriations or spending, and he's trying to call it a vote to fund TSA? I mean, we have had countless votes to fund TSA. We had one yesterday. We've had countless motions by our side to pass a continuing resolution that would fund all of DHS, including TSA, and consistently been blocked by this side. So, Mr. President, this is a convoluted, I mean, I don't know how you come up with this. I'll give you credit for coming up with something that's this convoluted, but it doesn't do anything that the leader says it does. It has nothing at all to do with funding TSA. The opportunity to fund TSA has come and gone multiple times here when we have had votes here on the floor, including as recently as yesterday, and countless motions, continuing resolutions to fund all of DHS, including TSA, numerous times, over and over and over again, and our colleagues on the other side have blocked it.
My colleague yield for a question.
Sure.
This is the only vote available to us because you have filled the tree and not allowed an amendment like this here. Would the senator be willing to put this amendment to pay TSA immediately on the tree?
Mr. President, this is not an appropriations bill. The legislation we are on right now, which has to do with whether or not citizens, and only citizens, ought to be able to vote in American elections, has nothing to do with funding the government. We have had countless votes and countless appropriations bills brought in front of this institution, the United States Senate, that actually would fund TSA. And we want to fund TSA, let's get to work doing it. And if that group that's meeting can't come up with a solution here pretty quickly, things are going to get worse and worse and worse, and they already are. People at airports, anybody who's gone through an airport lately, they don't see what's happening here as serene. They see this as a convoluted mess, and that's what's happening across the country if we don't fund the government, DHS, including TSA. We're all for it. We've tried repeatedly to do it. This has nothing to do with funding TSA. This is a ploy. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else.
Is the tree full, Mr. Leader?
I would say to my colleague from New York, has on it right now a vote that we just completed, and there will be other opportunities to vote on other amendments related to the legislation that we're on here today.
Like this past
But if we want to have, but if you want
The
to
majority
have,
leader has the floor.
if you want to have a debate on appropriations, we can have that. We've made ourselves available. The White House is available. There are meetings going on right now, which I hope ultimately lead to a result where we get these agencies opened up again, including TSA. But in order for that to happen, you have to have a willing partner and somebody who's willing to sit down at the table and negotiate with you, which we haven't had until 2 days ago. Now, hopefully, these discussions will lead what will ultimately be a result that will fund all of these agencies, including TSA, but that is not what this is about, and you know that.
Mr. President, we are having discussions.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are having productive discussions. I just met with our team 20 minutes ago. We're making some progress. There's more to be made. Each side has its own views. But why hold pay for TSA workers up until when we can do it immediately? Why wait? We don't know how long these negotiations will take. There are some pretty tough positions. We could do it now. I yield.
President,
I recognize the majority leader.
I would say, yeah, you talk about doing something quickly, referring it to the Rules Committee, which has no jurisdiction over spending, over appropriations, on a bill that has nothing to do with funding these agencies. But we are happy, we'll pivot immediately to fund all these agencies when you are ready to do it. I would ask for the yeas and nays on this.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to suspend the operation of Rule 25, paragraph N1, to permit the Committee on Rules and Administration to consider the pending motion with respect to the message to accompany S-1383 to fund the TSA and as noticed in the congressional record on March 16, 2026, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to suspend the operation of Rule 25, paragraph N, subsection 1, to permit the Committee on Rules and Administration to consider the pending motion with respect to the message to accompany S.1383 to fund the TSA shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand,
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, as the song says.
Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper,
Are you free to wander the floor?
Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted,
John, I will work.
Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan,
But not Saturdays.
Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Badia, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, and Wyden. Senators voting Mr. Warner, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Young, no.
Are we ready? Thank you. On this vote, the yeas are 41 and the nays are 49. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 697.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Colin McDonald of California to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Colin McDonald of California to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Ossobrooks.
The senator from Louisiana,
I ask to vitiate the quorum call.
without objection.
Madam President, I'm here to talk about the Save America Act. I've had two people already tell me my sign's upside down. You're probably thinking it. I can tell the pages are too. It's a lot easier to show your photo ID when you go to vote than it is to read this poster. How do I know that? Because I go to vote and I show them my photo ID. And Louisiana, which had a long history of, shall we say, people voting who were already buried, we no longer have that history since we began to put photo IDs out. Think about that. No imposition upon our people, and yet now we don't have a problem with voter integrity, despite a long history of it, so I'm told. But we keep on hearing that it's too difficult. And so we have a common sense, widely supported bill which is being objected to. And the same people objecting to this bill don't object to having to show an ID to buy a gun. But when it comes to a constitutional right, but when it comes to this constitutional right of voting and protecting the integrity, it doesn't work. Now, the Save America Act is supported by 71% of Democrats, voters, and 95% of Republicans. If only it were supported by 71% of Democratic senators. And that's why I'm a proud co-sponsor. Now, you might scratch your head when you hear that some refuse to support it. And I think that there is a small left-wing base who opposes. They're very vocal, and so therefore that is the genesis of the opposition. But this does not keep an eligible American from casting a ballot. It doesn't take away someone's constitutional right. And I will say, Mike Lee, who's sitting next to me, has been working with those who object to its passage to meet their concerns. For example, one of the concerns is that if someone marries and changes her name and her driver's license is different than her birth certificate, that she won't be able to vote. And I just confirmed with Mike, who can tell me the page number and the line number, of course, that now all you have to do is sign an affidavit. You go, and if my wife, she was born a Layden when we married, she became a Cassidy. If she went and they said, well, your birth certificate says Layden and now you're a Cassidy, she would sign an affidavit. I'm married and my name is now Cassidy. And boom, she's there. So the concern that it is discriminatory against women who marry and change and take their husband's last name, sign an affidavit. Similarly, and again, I don't always find Mr. Lee the most reasonable person. On this, I think he's been very reasonable, which is that when you go originally to vote and you have to prove you're a citizen, Mike, I have it right. I'm sorry, I'm not addressing him, but you can sign an affidavit establishing, I don't have my birth certificate, but I was born on this date in this community, and you get to register to vote. The state shall come up with a mechanism by which that is allowed. Really an attempt to meet the objections of those who oppose this bill. Now, lack of documentation is not an issue. By the way, I'll also point out, I've lost my birth certificate in the past. I called the place where I was born, and within a week I had it in the mail. But now I'm sure you can do it online. So even should you need a birth certificate, people lose birth certificates all the time, and then they get them back. But we have to show photo ID or citizenship sometimes like at least a weekly basis. You fly, you open a bank account, you cash a check. All those are routine activities of our lives, and you show your driver's license, which is a real ID. So those who are opposing this say that they are concerned regarding the woman who marries and takes her husband's name. That has been addressed. That you have to prove citizenship and you don't have the documents when you go originally to vote. That has been addressed. That the very fact of showing an ID is discriminatory, and yet over and over again in life, we show IDs to do things that are part of daily life. I'll note that when the New York City Mayor Mandami offered New Yorkers a chance to make a little extra money snow shoveling during the blizzard last month, he required not one, but 2 forms of valid ID. So it's a weak argument when leading Democratic figures are having trouble, or having their citizens show ID. It's a weak argument that you have to endure some incredible hardship to show an ID to vote. Now, by the way, I've been asked about the talking filibuster, and I have supported returning to the talking filibuster since I joined the Senate in 2015. I still remember Jimmy Stewart's Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and it was rough on the senators. But being rough on the senators, frankly, kind of pushed people together to get something done. I'm from Louisiana. For the longest time, Huey Long had the record for the longest filibuster. But that filibuster eventually either broke him or it broke the Senate in the sense that they were willing to compromise to get something done. So to my Democratic colleagues, I ask you to listen to the people. Pass the Save America Act. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of the Save America Act, legislation that I've co-sponsored to make certain that only U.S. citizens are voting in our elections. This legislation would require proof of citizenship in our elections, and it would require that this citizenship be identified when registering to vote and a valid photo ID when casting your vote at the ballot box. As of last fall, 36 states were requiring voters to present an ID in order to vote. This includes my home state of South Dakota, where you can present your driver's license, passport, or tribal ID. All we ask to cast your vote is that you can prove that you're an American citizen and that you are who you say you are. That shouldn't be controversial. In fact, it should just simply be common sense. Our neighboring state of Minnesota says that most voters will not have to show identification at all. In fact, if you want to vote, you can simply ask someone else registered in your precinct to vouch for your identity. One person can vouch for up to 8 people. This loose requirement does not appropriately address voter integrity. We require identification for many parts of everyday life in America. You need your photo ID to open a bank account, rent a car, start a job, or board a plane. In New York City, you need 2 forms of ID just to shovel snow. Requiring identification to vote should be the standard. The American people understand that. In a recent poll, over 80% of Americans favored requiring all voters to show government-issued photo IDs to vote. That includes 95% of Republicans, 85% of independents, and yes, even 71% of Democrats. Let me say that again. 71% of Democrats support voter ID laws. Our Democrat colleagues are on the wrong side of their own constituents. This legislation implements a reasonable policy with broad support from all sides of the political spectrum. I simply do not understand why our colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to hold up this legislation. Voting in elections is a constitutional right, but it's also a privilege. We live in the greatest country in the world partially because of our free and fair elections to choose our leaders. We compromise these values when we allow non-citizens to vote in our elections. The right to vote in our country belongs to the American people, not foreign nationals. American elections should be for the American citizen only. American leaders should be decided by Americans. I urge my colleagues to support the Save America Act to uphold the law and protect voter integrity. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I rise today on behalf of 80% of Americans, including millions of North Carolinians who are asking Congress to ensure that only Americans can vote in American elections. The charge here, it's really that simple. But I find it ironic that we're once again debating an 80-20 issue because my Democrat colleagues refuse to accept the stance held by an overwhelming majority of their own constituents. Staging political theater on such common sense issues, it's really become routine for Democrats. Let's take, for example, a few things. Keeping our borders wide open, opposing the deportation of dangerous criminals, defunding the police, backing radical gender ideology for children, and allowing biological men to compete in women's sports. And like clockwork, here we are again. But this time, my colleagues across the aisle are refusing to keep our elections fair, transparent, and secure by requiring proof of citizenship to register and have voter ID at the polls. Over 70% of Democrats across our country, Democrats, believe that voter ID should be required, but it seems that Senate Democrats couldn't care less. And why is that? Because instead of accepting the will of the people that they represent, Senate Democrats have chosen to dig their heels in on their failed campaign as the party of open borders and illegal immigration. By opposing the Save America Act, Senate Democrats are telling the American people loud and clear that they don't care about preserving the right to vote for American citizens because their political agenda, which props up illegal immigrants over working class Americans. But my Democrat colleagues should understand that it's a federal offense for any non-citizen to vote in a federal election. Providing proof of identification is a basic security measure, and everyone knows that. When you board an airplane, you go to the doctor, you start a new job, or even if you get a library card, you're required to show proof of government identification. In North Carolina, we require every voter to show a government ID before voting. 23 other states already have the same voting law in their books, and nearly every European country has voter ID laws in place. And why? Because power in a democratic society is vested in the will of the people, and that fundamental right to self-determination must be protected at all costs. So I want to address a misleading claim that my Senate colleagues across the aisle continue over and over and over to repeat. Senate Democrats claim that the Save America Act would somehow disenfranchise millions of Americans, and that's just false. This legislation does not target any American citizen eligible to vote. Instead, it protects them. The Save America Act ensures that only U.S. citizens participate in federal elections by requiring states to maintain accurate voter rolls and stopping non-citizens from voting. That's not disenfranchisement. But at its core, this bill is about restoring trust. The American people deserve to have confidence in our federal elections, and they deserve peace of mind to know that their right as American citizens to determine the future of our country is not diluted by non-citizens meddling in our democratic process. The Save America Act puts the integrity of our republic first again. President Trump, he's been a steadfast champion of voter ID, and he's encouraged Congress to move this legislation forward because the state of our nation depends upon protecting the power of the people. And I agree with the president. Ensuring that certainty in our federal elections, it really shouldn't be controversial at all. But every single time President Trump supports a policy, no matter how logical it is, Democrats draw a hard line in the sand and they oppose it. Common sense and deciding policy based on the merit of its principles seems right now to mean nothing to Senate Democrats because they refuse to come to the negotiating table to responsibly lay out their concerns and negotiate in good faith. And when I travel to all 100 counties in North Carolina, I hear the same frustration. Americans see Congress stuck in gridlock with negotiation replaced by partisan stonewalling. I think the American people deserve better. I'm all for having passionate disagreements, but a friendly debate, it's just as American as it gets. But discord should never be an excuse for obstruction. And partisan games are no substitute for responsible governance. That's not what Americans sent us here to do. We must listen to the 80% of Americans calling on us to restore trust in our federal elections by ensuring that only citizens can vote. The American people, they didn't send us here to posture. They sent us here to legislate. And legislating requires setting aside partisanship, returning to common sense, and doing what's best for the country and not what is politically self-serving. So I hope my colleagues across the aisle that they'll listen to the overwhelming majority of Americans, Republicans and Democrats, calling for action and vote to pass the Save America Act now. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
the senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, may I request that the pending quorum call be vitiated?
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm here to speak about the so-called Save America Act, which I think probably would be better described as the Steal the Next Election Act, because of the purpose that this bill has to throw the election and to throw political influence in America to the Republicans. You can imagine why they would want to engage in special weapons and tactics to try to win the 2026 election when you see the political disaster that they're enmeshed in, the mess that the Trump administration has made of the economy, the stench of corruption pervading the administration, a war that is running up gasoline prices and has no end in sight and no evident plan. Wherever you look, you see a party in complete disarray, with Americans angry, frustrated, and befuddled by the nonsense, and an election coming. So, of course, they want to change things at the ballot box. Now, where would you go to test that proposition that the purpose of this bill is to throw elections to the Republicans? Who might have a view on this that we should listen to? Oh, right, the President of the United States, the one who's caused Republicans the political catastrophe that they have looming from the disastrous second term that he has inflicted on this country. Republicans have to win this one, he said. Get this bill passed, is what he's talking about. Republicans have to win this one. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. That's how much the president thinks this bill will tank American elections in favor of him and his billionaire donors, who already have way too much influence in our politics. He's talking about us here, Democrats. We know. They know if we get this, if Republicans get this bill, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, maybe longer. This is the President of the United States, the head of the Republican Party, the person most responsible for the mess that Americans are rejecting. And he's being pretty candid about what the purpose of this bill is. It's to throw the election. It's to politically interfere with the coming election so that the Republican Party, and more importantly, the billionaire backers who are pulling the strings and giving it its direction, don't lose. Don't see split government. Don't see compromise. Don't see Congress in the people's hands again. Republicans have to win this one, he said. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. And this isn't about political influence with comments like that from the head of the Republican Party. You may think he's thinking about some dim and distant future, perhaps, that this effort on the floor of the Senate right now to throw the election to the Republican Party isn't immediate. Whoops, there he goes. It will guarantee the midterms. Guy says the quiet part out loud. I'll give him that. He tells Republicans, you're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe. How would you win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe? Well, you probably can't believe that you'd win the midterms based on current polling, as Americans reject the wars, the spending, the waste, the corruption, the cost increases. You can't even believe it unless you get this bill. Unless you're going to get this bill, and then you're going to win every election for a long time. It is a conceded point by the head of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, the one who has caused this year of disaster, this year and change of disaster, that the whole purpose of the exercise we're going through is to lock in Republican control. More wars, higher costs, worse corruption, by making elections unwinnable for Democrats for 50 years, by guaranteeing Republicans the midterms. So let's not pretend there's some high and mighty, civic-minded motivation for this. That's just the screen. Behind the screen, Trump can't help himself. He admitted what this is all about. It will guarantee the midterms. You're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe, and you're going to win every election for a long time. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. We'll have so fixed voting in this country, not enough with the gerrymandering, not enough with the dark money. We now have to fix elections so that Republicans will never lose a race for 50 years. He's admitted it. He's admitted it. And how do they do that? Well, the until recently Director of Homeland Security, former Secretary Noem, said, we just want to make sure that the right people are voting. The right people. Gee, who might that be? And so this whole scheme gets cooked up, marketed falsely as some civic safe voting proposition, when what it really is a scheme to influence elections so that the creepy billionaires behind the Republican Party can continue to control the decisions that get made in this town. That's what this is about, plain and simple. My friends will say, oh, this is just a voter ID bill. Everybody loves voter ID. You'll hear 80-20 more than you can imagine. Oh, voter ID, just voter ID. People should have to bring their ID when they vote. Well, we did that in Rhode Island. It was a bit of a pain. You can imagine an individual person, let's say a 80-year-old woman, widow, living alone, living in, say, a senior high-rise in Providence or in Pawtucket. She's not traveling. If she had a passport, it's lapsed. She's not driving. She hasn't had a car in 5 years. Her community is largely in that high-rise, and people who come to help and help bring her groceries. She has a Social Security card because she's on Social Security, but the Social Security card isn't a photo ID. So when you bring in voter ID, you've now dumped on that lady a new hassle. She's been voting her whole life. She's been voting for 60-plus years. And now suddenly, they have a problem with her voting. Even when she comes downstairs to the voting machines that get set up in the senior center lobby to make it easier for seniors to vote, and everybody in the building knows her, but no ID, no vote. So in Rhode Island, we went through that hassle of helping people who needed an ID, who for perfectly legitimate reasons didn't have one, get an ID. It was unnecessary. We had essentially zero voter fraud, but we did it, and we put in the work, and it worked out fine. So let's not pretend this is just a voter ID law. This points its attack at voter registration. If you move, so you have to re-register to vote. If you're young and are registering to vote for the first time, that's where you run into the obstacles designed to prevent certain people who aren't the right people, from being able to vote. That's where you run into the problem. And worse than that, they're trying to take the voter information that we entrust to our Secretary of State and to our Elections Board. They're trying to get the private information of voters in our voter rolls and put it into a national website controlled by, the Department of Homeland Security, the ones who are running ICE around in neighborhoods, the one who ran their agents through the Rhode Island courthouse and threatened a judge with smashing his car windows when he tried to vouch for his high school intern, who the ICE agents wrongly thought was a 30-year-old person they were looking for. We're going to trust the entire country's worth of voter information to that operation? Look at what just happened in Fulton County. In Fulton County, a Trump U.S. attorney from Missouri sent the FBI in Georgia into the election headquarters to seize all of the voter data that they had. I've separately explained what a completely fouled up operation that was, and how the way in which they did that search warrant left enormous holes for any defendant who was later charged based on evidence obtained in that search warrant to run a truck through that prosecution. They violated really basic rules that prosecutors follow. Prosecution 101, rookie dumb errors. And that leads to only one of two conclusions. One is they're idiots, they're incompetents, they had no idea what they're doing. And there's some sense around that because the local U.S. attorney in Georgia wanted no part of this mess. It was being directed by Washington through Missouri into Georgia. The FBI special agent in charge in Georgia didn't seem to like it much. He got run out of his job, presumably for objecting to this nonsense. But there's a worse theory than that this was a completely incompetent screw-up of a search warrant execution. And that is, they didn't mind leaving all these holes for a future defendant, somebody charged on the basis of that evidence, to exploit. They didn't mind opening these unnecessary vulnerabilities in a case for a defendant who might later be charged to exploit, because they never thought there would be a defendant. The point wasn't to do a criminal prosecution or even a criminal investigation. The point was to use the search warrant process falsely in order to get their hands on a massive amount of voter data in a swing state. That's being litigated right now, and we will find out. But that's the kind of effort by this administration to use the federal government to seize private voter data that would be exactly consistent with why we need to worry about DHS, which only wants the right people to vote, getting a massive amount of personal voter data. In Rhode Island, our Secretary of State is fighting that right now because he understands that Rhode Islanders want their voter data to be private, to be safe, and not to be part of some massive political election interference operation run using ICE, using FBI, using DHS, and using this voter information to hand out to political operatives to make sure that a weaponized federal government is not used to try to throw the election. It is no small thing to have the Department of Homeland Security want data on every voting American. In recent years, Republican heads would have exploded about that idea. It used to be a party that cared about voter privacy, that in the contest between an individual and the government tried to take the side of the individual. But now that their billionaires control the government, flip, now they're on the side of the government, and they want your data. It's so bad that it seems they've even had one of their little muskrats, the doggy boys, running around in government. You remember that operation when Musk was the president's close advisor and there were Doge people? Turns out there may even have been your Social Security data taken. We'll find out more about that. So this is no small thing, and if you want to know what the motive is, just ask the people who are running this. We just want to make sure the right people vote. We'll never lose a race for 50 years if you pass this bill. It'll guarantee the midterms. You're going to win the midterms at levels you can't even believe, and you're going to win every election for a long time. That is putting the fix in. That is using the power of government to put the fix in to fix the elections that choose who runs the government. That is about as un-American as it gets. So why is it that they're so afraid about the midterms? What is it that makes them have to put in place mechanisms from voter ID to registration restrictions to data control that will give them the tools to guarantee the midterms? Why not run on the record? Because the record stinks. That's why. And voters know it. This is where President Trump's approval rating has gone. He's down 15%. He's down more than 25% since when he came in. That is a crash in confidence. And I believe this ended before this Iran, what did he call it, excursion, that has driven up gas prices by about $1 a gallon already with no end in sight. So they're looking at an election disaster, and for a really good reason. Here are Trump's job approval ratings. His disapprovals have been going up and up and up to nearly 60. His approval has been going down and down and down to below 40. There is a more than 20-point swing between his disapproval and his approval. That is a politically lethal place to be. That is a signal that you have made such a mess of your unified control of government that voters want something different, want something new, want a change, are sick of the nonsense. And when you're looking at that, and you're looking just a few months down at November, man, time to make sure you change the law so that we can make sure the right people are voting. And let's take a look at a few examples of why it is that Trump's disapproval is more than 20 points above his approval. Why is it that they are in such trouble politically? Why is it that these approval ratings have dropped 15 points and 25 from before net zero? This is a real problem. And we're not the only ones looking at this data. The billionaires who run the Republican Party these days, the billionaires who tell Trump what to do and boss him around and give him big gifts and super deals for his family and his cronies and his friends, they're watching this too. They've never had it so good right now. They can basically secretly, quietly run the United States government through the Republican Party. What a deal. Poor men want to be rich, rich men want to be king. And they get to be king from the shadows with dark money and influence and a Republican Party that hops to their tune. So they're not happy either. That's why they need emergency measures that will guarantee the midterms. That's what we're involved in today, trying to make sure that elections are fair, trying to make sure that everybody has a shot to vote, trying to make sure that for real, this is an election that reflects what the American people get to choose. Why are those numbers so terrible for Trump and Republicans? Because things aren't so great for the American people right now. Annual cost of residential electricity is up in almost every state in the last year. In some cases, it is up a lot. $278, $210, $123, $159, $171 up in Maine. People understand that their electric bills are going up. And if they're paying attention, they understand that their electricity bills are going up because Trump and his administration are deliberately pushing clean energy away from the grid. They're deliberately keeping cheap, clean energy off the grid so that for any given level of demand, the grid has to go where if it doesn't have the cheap, clean energy? It has to go to the polluting fossil fuel plants. And those plants set the grid price when they're called up. And when they set the grid price, they're more expensive than clean energy. So everybody's costs go up, and all that excess money, the billions of dollars that get sucked out of consumers' pockets, out of ratepayers' pockets, when they have to pay the higher prices of fossil fuel compared to the lower prices of clean energy, that whole delta of billions of dollars flows where? Right, to Trump's billionaire fossil fuel donors, to the ones that he went to in Mar-a-Lago and said, give me $1 billion and I'll give you everything you want. I need your money to win this race. And what did they do? They coughed up hundreds of millions of dollars. Did they get to the billion? We don't know because so much of the money is so dark. But we know they got hundreds of millions to Trump. And now he's paying them back by stopping and slowing down clean energy, which would lower costs for people. And instead, he drives the cost up. And that's why so much of this is happening. I'll give you an example. The Trump administration has messed around twice with the offshore wind farm off of Rhode Island called Revolution Wind. Out of the clear blue sky, for no cause, they dropped a stop work order on the project, stopping it dead when it was about 80+% complete. Well, that caused them a little problem because the Trump administration had been in court defending that very project against fossil fuel front groups who were suing it to slow down its arrival on the grid. So the lawyers, the like regular, normal federal lawyers who were in there defending this, defending their permit, suddenly had to pull a 180 about the same project in the same courtroom and suddenly say, oh no, that project that we've been defending until this minute is suddenly now all bad because of this ridiculous stop work order. Well, the judge didn't take long to throw out that stop work order because it was illegal and even preposterous. And the Trump administration then let the appeal period expire, so there's no longer a time to appeal it. So it's like, okay, that's done. Back to work, everybody. And sure enough, they went back to work. And what happened 30 days later, 2 days before Christmas, without notice, men and women going out to work on these projects were told, nope, new stop work order. Sorry about your Christmas. Not sure when you'll ever come back to work. Too bad you were relying on all those nice wages. You're done now. Well, fortunately for the project, that second stop work order crashed and burned in court just as badly as the first illegal stop work order had. My point is they went to enormous illegal effort to slow down that project. Why? Because by contract, Revolution Wind is going to bring 9-cent kilowatt hours to our Rhode Island grid. 9-cent kilowatt hours is what they sell for by contract. And how much does it cost on our grid on average? 18 cents. Revolution Wind was going to bring 350,000 homes worth of low-cost, 9-cent clean power onto our grid. So they wanted to stop it. Because then, without that clean, inexpensive power, the grid would have to go up, 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 what they call the generation stack, calling up more and more different units to burn gas and oil and make electricity. And all that extra money gets moved from customers' pockets to Trump's big donors, his big fossil fuel donors. It is a scheme. It is on purpose. These people may not know it yet, but by November, I hope they will learn that the reason their electric rates went up was on purpose. On purpose. So that Trump and his cronies could pay off his big fossil fuel donors with all that extra revenue from their delay and their blocking of cheaper, cleaner energy. In the billions. In the billions. And of course, it's not just electricity, where people know that they have an administration that is not looking out for them, that is looking out for the big corporations, the big polluters, the big donors. You probably can't read this, so I'll read it. My cost of living has increased 80 to 16. My grocery costs have gone up 79 to 17. My utility costs, like electricity, have gone up 69 to 22. These are huge numbers that match the dissatisfaction I showed already with where Trump is. More than 20 points in the hole with voters and going the wrong way. Approval rating collapsing before the whole Iran mess has kicked in to voters' budgets. It is a real mess. And on electricity prices, look where they're going. Up, 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 up. For the exact reason I said, because the Trump administration is blocking clean, cheap energy to force the grid to have to spend more and more money on Trump's big fossil fuel donors. When a really big clean energy plant comes onto the grid moves to it because it's the cheapest. They pull the cheapest power first to meet demand. So when a big wind farm comes on, when a big solar array comes on, that means that there's a fossil fuel plant somewhere at the top of that generation stack that doesn't get to run anymore. And the owners of that fossil fuel plant don't get paid for running it, and the fossil fuel dealers who fuel that plant don't get paid. So they have a vested interest in blocking clean energy. And they're doing it because basically they have infiltrated and occupy the Trump administration. Just look at the appointees and look at the behavior, and all of it drives costs up. Electricity prices are surging in the U.S., and what people are going to understand by November is that those electric prices are surging on purpose. Ratepayers are being dragooned into a scheme to pay back Trump's big donors with their money. Costs of housing up 69 to 21. Healthcare costs up 61 to 26. Medicaid has been cut. People already know that. Half of the Americans already understand that Medicaid has been cut, even though the cuts were postponed until after the election. Wait till they actually land in people's pocketbooks. Social Security and Medicare have been cut 42 to 40. That's where all that is. But check all of these: cost of living, grocery, utility, housing, health care. 60 to 80 versus 26 to 16. The American people know what is going on. They know what is being done to them, and they know who's done it. So that's why they've just got to make sure that only the right people are voting. We did some work on another big cost area for Americans when I was the chairman of the Budget Committee. One of the biggest expenditures that a family has is home insurance on their home. It's very expensive. And it is going dramatically up. And in some cases, not only are the premiums going dramatically up, but the insurance companies are finding that they can't insure the property any longer. It's too risky. And so the poor owner gets a notice of non-renewal. That's what it's called. You've been a loyal customer for 15, 20 years. You've made your premium payments on time every time, and the company sends a letter to you in the mail, comes through your mail slot. Sorry. Sorry. We can't insure you any longer. You're going to have to go find a new insurance company, which creates a huge hassle in the life of that family, which almost always ends up with a more expensive policy or one with a lot less coverage. And this is happening all over the country. And it's happening because of climate risk. It's happening because along our coasts, the rising sea levels, the warmer oceans, the worse storms, the bigger hurricanes that come ashore are making it impossible for insurers to provide insurance to homeowners. And it's also happening out west. Although out west, it's not coastal storms and flooding that are making people's homes uninsurable, it's wildfire. And whether it's wildfire or whether it's coastal flooding, the cascade is the same. The dominoes that fall are the same. First is you have the climate risk. And why do we have the climate risk? We have the climate risk because the fossil fuel industry, which is now running the Trump administration, has spent billions of dollars and decades in Congress making sure we let them pollute for free. And they've won. They've succeeded. It is still free to pollute carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. We've never put a price on carbon emissions. Nothing else is free to pollute. Nothing should be free to pollute. You don't get to dump chemicals in a river and get away with it just because the river carries it away. So this homeowners insurance problem is a massive, massive cost problem for homeowners across the country. Here in Florida, you can see how acute the problem is down in Florida. In Florida, I think we're at $14,000 average homeowners insurance for a standard $400,000 policy. And it's predicted, depending on the county you're in, to double, triple, or quadruple. What does it do to the value of your home when a $14,000 home insurance cost doubles or triples? What if you now have a $40,000 instead of a $14,000 annual carrying cost to own your home? Its value crashes. And that's the cascade. You go from climate risk to uninsurability to, oops, now I can't get a mortgage on this property because if you can't insure a property, no one will issue a mortgage on it, to its value crashing, to recession. And those warnings are all over the place, and not from Save the Whales, not from the League of Conservation Boaters, not from the Sierra Club, but from the former risk manager of Goldman Sachs, from the former head of the Bank of England, from the International Financial Stability Board, from the former chief economist of Freddie Mac. The warnings are legion. And here's another cost that families are more and more dealing with. This is the rate of non-renewal increase, where the insurance company says, sorry, your property is now uninsurable, at least by our standards. There's non-renewal rates by state. Again, you see the coastal states hit pretty hard, but there's also wildfire coming in. This was the work of my budget committee. Then some other groups followed up and did some more detailed work. And this is where home insurance premiums are changing. They're already up already. What this did was to look forward, not to say, okay, they're up, they've doubled in the last few years, but where are they going to go? Where we predict they go? And the prediction here is that insurance premiums are going to climb as much as 300% in the 30-year period of a mortgage holder buying right now. What does he have to look forward to? Well, if you're down here and you're already paying $14,000 a year, it's even more in Miami, and it's going to go up 300%, it's going to quadruple. These are people who have a real cost problem now, and they have a real cost problem coming, and behind that comes a real home values problem. If you're a Palm Beach billionaire and you want to swap mansions, that's fine, you can do that. You don't even need a mortgage. You just pay with cash. But if you're living north of Tampa in a development and you bought your house with a mortgage and you want to sell it, the person you want to sell it to is going to need a mortgage. And if your property is now unmortgageable because it's uninsurable, there goes your market of buyers. We've talked to people in Florida when we did this investigation who literally cannot sell their home at any price. It's not fancy enough for a billionaire, and it's not mortgageable and insurable for a normal person. They're just stuck. They're just stuck. And they're looking at here, what the map shows is where they expect to see changes in home value. Again, in the next 30 years, in the period of a mortgage entered into at the time. And they're looking at changes in value, drops of 20, 40, 60, 80, and even 100%, a total wipeout of home value based on that home insurance, mortgage, property values crash cascade, because we won't take care of the climate danger that everybody in their right mind knows exists. And the fossil fuel industry has a big reckoning coming from that mess. And they do not want to be responsive to voters. They want the White House and the Senate controlled by a party that they control. They want this election to keep Republicans in power so that they're not held to account for the fraudulent climate denial, for the dark money corruption, and for the looming catastrophe in home insurance rates. And the way they do that is making sure with this bill that we just make sure only the right people are voting. So the stakes are very high right now. I'll close, because I think I have the floor only for another few minutes, by talking just briefly about Kansas. Why would a Rhode Islander want to talk about Kansas? I'll tell you why. Because they tried this in Kansas. They had a similar law in Kansas, and it went to court, and the court threw it out as unconstitutional. The Save America Act resembles a law in Kansas that was decided to be unconstitutional. Some other interesting things the court found. Across 19 years, the proponents of that law could only show 67 non-citizens registering to vote or even attempting to register to vote. Over 19 years, 67 people. If you look just at the presidential elections in that period, Kansans voted in this number, 5.5 million votes cast. 5.5 million votes cast. So those 67 people are 0.0012% of voters. And for the pretext of trying to deal with those 67 attempts, the effect was to keep 31,000 legitimate Kansas voters from voting. 31,000 kept from voting to solve a problem of 67 that didn't even exist because most of them were only attempts. So this is a solution to a non-problem. The solution that it provides is to the problem of Trump and Republicans having made such a hash of things that they're now in a 20-plus point hole. And so, the billionaires who run the Republican Party and through the Republican Party run this body, run the House, run the Oval Office, make all the decisions for their own benefit. This is their clawing hand coming out of what seems like election disaster ahead to try to just grab back the power that they're losing because their Republican Party has made such a hash of things. That's what this bill is. It's the dead zombie hand of the billionaires who are seeing the exact same approval rating of Trump taking the Republicans into a crash of an election and trying to solve that problem by guaranteeing the midterms, by making sure that just the right people vote. I yield the floor. No.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long weekend up here. We have a lot of balls in the air. We've got DHS funding. We have the SAVE Act and a war going on in the Middle East. And all these are demanding our attention simultaneously. I'd like to shed a little light here. What makes this job generally challenging isn't the workload. I worked much harder as an obstetrician delivering a baby most every day, up at least every other night, if not every night of the week. It's when you're trying to have serious policy conversations up here and you're up against misinformation, moving goalposts and arguments that seem completely detached from the facts on the ground. The frustration can be exhausting. But today, Mr. President, I've decided to start with the easy stuff. Let's talk about Iran. First of all, I want to mourn the loss of the 13 soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice and let their Gold Star families know that we're grateful for the price that their loved ones paid and that we'll be there for them as they go through their mourning. I want to praise the military and let them know that I stand beside them, that our family stands beside them. My dad served, my brother served, I served, my son is serving. We support our military, and we salute the incredible job that they're doing. Now, as we all know, President Trump had 4 basic goals when the war started. Don't let the legacy media confuse you. 4 basic goals is, basically to end Iran's ability to have missiles and Navy nukes and destroy Iran's ability to fund and arm terrorists. And I'd say we're 90% there. I'm not on the Intelligence Committee. I don't have the inside numbers, but it looks like to me we're 90% there. Now, I warn folks, the last 10% may be as hard as the first 90%, but they're doing an incredible job, and we want to do everything we can to make them successful so that we're safe for decades to come. Next, I want to talk about the SAVE Act just for a minute. Now, as you all know, the SAVE Act has three pillars. It wants to make sure that only citizens register to vote. It wants to make sure that every voter has an ID. And we want some guardrails around mail-in ballots. I think it's important to remember that 70% of Democrats, 80% of Americans believe in voter ID, and it was just this week that Democrats voted against a standalone voter ID law. And I do want to get back to some of the comments, the erroneous comments my colleague from Rhode Island made. You would think he would know better. He's a lawyer. He's a former attorney general. Kansas did have a law that required you to be a citizen to vote. It did go to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court didn't say that was unconstitutional. What they said is, look, if Congress wants it that way, if your state legislator wants it that way, then you need to legislate it. And that's what we're doing right here. We're trying to make our elections safer, to make them more secure, make sure that just American citizens vote. So be careful what you're listening to up here. That there are absolutely some very erroneous statements and conflation made by people that are smarter than I am when it comes to the law. I want to sit down and talk a little bit more specifically about DHS funding, though. Again, it's important to remember that it took 18 days for Democrats to respond to the president's offer. 18 days. Crickets, nothing from the Democrats. That's because they are the party of defund the police. They don't want ICE to be working. And then it took over a month for Democrats to be willing to sit down with Republicans. It's been over a month since DHS was defunded. And it wasn't until later, at the very end of this week, that Democrats were willing to sit down with Republicans to have any type of conversation. Now, as near as I can tell, there's two issues left separating us from funding DHS, at least on the surface, that's what it looks like to me, that prevents us from funding TSA, from funding FEMA, the Coast Guard, our cybersecurity defense team. Again, these issues don't happen in silos, right? We've got this war going in Iran. We don't have DHS funded. I'm as worried and concerned about American citizens here at home, about their safety, as I am our soldiers in harm's way overseas. So there's two issues, at least that's what the Democrats have told us, that are the two main issues that we haven't figured out here. One is demasking ICE officers, and two is the issue of warrants for those who are in our country illegally. Now, let's just quickly touch the demasking issue. That's a non-starter. I'm not going to put the families of my ICE agents in harm's way either. That because of when the names are revealed of these ICE officers, their family back home, their children, their spouses, their lives are being threatened. So we're not going to do that. I'm all for them being more recognizable. I think that's straightforward. But maybe what's not quite as straightforward is this warrant issue. And again, I have to admit that I needed to try to understand this a little bit better myself, the difference between a judicial warrant versus an administrative warrant. Now, why is this important? Because I continue to hear arguments in this chamber that don't square with the facts. And I think the American people deserve to hear the truth about how immigration enforcement system actually works. Now, as you know, my Democrat colleagues want to overhaul, really they want to destroy the warrant system that ICE uses to arrest and remove people in this country illegally. Now, on the surface, maybe that sounds like a good idea, and it's certainly worth discussing. But when you really take a close look at the law, and remember, I'm just a country doctor, and I'm the last one that needs to be up here pontificating about our legal system when it comes to immigration. But I think it's important that even I, as a country doctor, understand that their case evaporates when you look at the truth. Now, here's what the current court system requires. Before ICE makes an interior arrest, officers must have probable cause. That's an important fact to remember, the term probable cause. It's a legal standard as old as our republic that the person in front of them is removable under the federal law, that they have probable cause to remove this person. Now, that's already been, they have to document that. It's reviewable. It's not a rubber stamp. These ICE officers would lose their job if they didn't follow this protocol. No different than when a highway patrolman pulls you over for speeding. he or she has to have probable cause. They can't just pull you over because you have a hat on or because you have sunglasses on. They need to have some type of probable cause. Maybe you didn't use your blinkers when you changed lane, but they have to have probable cause. Now, some of my colleagues are blurring a very important distinction, and it's worth clearing up. The difference between a judicial warrant and an administrative warrant. A judicial warrant is issued by a federal judge in a criminal proceeding. An administrative warrant is issued by a trained federal officer in a civil process. Immigration enforcement has always been civil, not criminal. They're different tools for different systems, and conflating them, as my colleagues are across the aisle once again, they're all lawyers. They all should know this better than I do, so they're purposely deceiving the public, or at least a deliberate attempt to confuse the public. Let me be direct about what an administrative warrant does not authorize. It does not allow ICE to enter a private home. It does not allow them to walk in the back of business or workplace. Let me emphasize this. Without either the owner's consent or a judicial warrant signed by a federal judge, the door stays closed. These limits are very real, they're enforceable, and they're already built into the system. Now, I think there's two situations that exist for the most part when ICE officers work inside the country. Now, the first bucket is for someone who's already been through the immigration court. They've had a full hearing before an immigration judge, they've made their arguments, they've appealed if they chose to, and a final removal order was entered, then ICE executes that order. This is one way the administrative warrant is used. The due process has already happened in an immigration court with an immigration judge presiding. And Mr. President, demanding a second judicial sign-off at that point isn't protecting anyone's rights, it's running out the clock, and we all know it. So that's the first bucket. Someone has been through this entire process. They've had an immigration judge make the decision, but instead of leaving the country like they're supposed to, they're still inside the country, and our ICE officers are charged with moving that person. Now, here's the second bucket. For those immigrants who haven't yet been through the proceedings, and again, they're in the country illegally to start with, right? For those that haven't been through the proceedings, ICE makes an administrative arrest, but they have probable cause to start with, right? They have probable cause, they make an administrative arrest, and then they make a notice to appear before an immigration judge, typically months or years down the line, unfortunately. The person gets their day in court, they get a lawyer, they present evidence, they could appeal all the way to a federal circuit court. Now that's due process, right? It's quite an expense for the American public to pay for, and it's also a risk to the American public by allowing these people to stay in our nation, many times with social services paid for by Americans, but it's due process. Guess what? The system's been in place for decades. It's been upheld by federal courts. It was used by administrative courts of both parties, including the ones my colleagues across the aisle seem to remember so fondly. The Supreme Court has affirmed the broad authority Congress delegated to immigration enforcement officers. It's not a gray area. This is settled law being relitigated for their own political purposes. Now, I'll grant this, there are real problems out there and they're worth fixing. Immigration courts are backlogged. Detention facilities are strained. If my colleagues want to fund the courts, clear the backlog, and strengthen the legal representation for those in proceedings, now that we have our border secure and we've stopped the hemorrhaging, then count me in. Let's make this broken system better. But it's not the issue at hand. It's not the warrant issue. There's a significant difference between saying the system needs more resources and saying the system is unconstitutional. Let me say that again. There's a big difference between saying the system needs more resources versus saying the system is unconstitutional. One is a policy debate. The other is not supported by facts, the law, or decades of court decisions. Now, back home in Kansas, we have a simple standard. If the fence is doing its job, you don't tear it down. If a gate's broken, you fix it. If the fence posts are leaning, you straighten them out. You don't have to come bulldoze the whole fence and call it progress. Mr. President, the warrant system is doing its job. It's grounded in probable cause. It provides due process. It's been tested in court, and it's held. And it keeps us safe. So let's stop pretending otherwise. It all makes you wonder, it really does make you wonder, what do the Democrats really want? Their arguments disappear when it comes to the two things they're talking about. When it comes to the warrant issue or demasking, what is it that they really want? We have to be concerned, is it that they want these 30 million illegal aliens in this country to be given amnesty? Is that really their goal here? Is that really their goal? Why don't they just say it? Why don't they just come out and say it? The Democrats, what they really want is for 30 million illegal aliens to be given amnesty so they can vote. Mr. President, it's time we demask the Democrats who are telling false misrepresentations of immigration law and fund DHS. It's time to get the SAVE Act across the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, let me commend my colleague, Senator Whitehouse, for his excellent remarks that showed all the dangers of the SAFE Act. And like my colleague, I rise today to speak out against the deceptively named Save America Act, a bill that will create new barriers for American citizens to exercise their most important right, the right to vote. The success of our nation, both as a source of opportunity for all Americans and as an inspiration for freedom-loving people everywhere, has depended upon strong civic engagement from all Americans. When more Americans vote, our government is more representative of the people. It is more responsive to their needs. It has more legitimacy, and it is a better steward of their tax dollars and of public resources. I am here to support laws that make it easier for American citizens to vote. The Save America Act will not do that. In fact, it will suppress the right to vote. The SAVE Act is being portrayed as a simple voter ID law that is supported by a vast majority of Americans. If the law simply required every American to show an ID at the polls, then I would not be ringing such a loud alarm. I represent a state that has a sensible voter ID law and that regularly reviews its voter rolls. This approach has been extremely effective. The SAVE Act does not simply require everyone to prove their identity when they vote. Instead, it requires them to prove their citizenship at the time of registration. Now, that sounds very simple and very appealing. And people might ask, what's the difference if you have to prove citizenship to register versus showing your ID at the polling place? But as I will explain, proving citizenship at the time of registration requires a total and complete overhaul of our election system and will force millions of American citizens to scramble to gather the right documentation, if they can ever do so at all, while imposing very costly and burdensome unfunded mandates on the states. That is a charitable version, which assumes that this bill is a good faith effort to improve election integrity and security. But make no mistake, this bill is a bad faith effort to help Donald Trump and his potential successors to stay in power no matter what the voters say in 2026 and 2028. It is loaded up with additional measures that allow the federal government, under his control, to deter people from voting and then to challenge people's votes after they are cast. It is designed to make people fearful that our elections are not safe and secure. That includes every single election that my current colleagues won. Now, if our elections are so rife with cheating and fraud, as my Republican colleagues would lead you to believe, then do they think that their own election victories are tainted or illegitimate? I think this is a question that the sponsors of the SAVE Act need to ask before we go and to answer. But here's how the SAVE Act bolsters the tremendous power and resources of the federal government and places them at Donald Trump's disposal. The bill compels the states to share their most sensitive information, their full voter rolls, with the Department of Homeland Security, a department that has flagrantly violated the American people's civil liberties under the Trump administration. The bill requires the states to review their voter rolls and purge them of people who have not shown, quote, documentary proof of citizenship, which, based on current law, could encompass millions of law-abiding American citizens. That's right. Technically, millions of Americans will be wiped off the rolls as soon as this bill is passed and signed. The bill establishes a private right of action also, allowing anyone to challenge a state official for registering voters that the litigant believes is illegitimate, which means every American's registration is now at risk of being questioned or invalidated. This will open the floodgates to thousands, perhaps millions of frivolous cases and tangle every election up in knots of never-ending litigation. Indeed, given the record of filing outlandish lawsuits after the 2020 election, it's not hard to imagine that Donald Trump will use this law to contest the registration of everyone he believes is opposed to him, or at least in areas where the election is expected to be close. So, as no, I will not yield. I want to finish my speech. By the way, these mandates and requirements be effective immediately, meaning they must be implemented for the 2026 election, which I should point out is already underway. There are primaries completed in several states. And one could raise issues if this bill passed on the outcome of those primaries simply by invoking what the SAVE Act does, questioning the validity of the citizenship. Of course, there is no one better suited to exploit this confusion and chaos than Donald Trump. That's how he's operated as a businessman, as a candidate, and as an elected official. When the bogus suits on the 2020 election results that he and his surrogates filed failed in court after court, 62 times, he fomented an insurrection on January 6, 2021 in an effort to cling to power illegitimately. On that day, 46 of my Republican colleagues had the fortitude to say no to Trump and voted to certify the election, which clearly translates to the fact that Trump's presumption that he won 2020 was refuted by my Republican colleagues, the vast majority of them. Today, many of these colleagues are prepared to hand Trump powerful new tools to subvert free and fair elections. They know what Trump will do with his power, but they are willing to hand it to him anyway. President Trump said he wants the federal government under his command to, quote, take over elections and, quote, nationalize the voting. The SAVE Act is the vehicle for him to do that. Does anyone really believe that Donald Trump, the man who stoked that insurrection in which we all fled for safety off of this floor, the man who's never accepted an electoral defeat even when the other candidate got more votes, all of a sudden generally cares about election integrity? Nobody should be fooled into thinking that. Since the Civil War until now, our history has been all about securing the right to vote for all Americans, women, African Americans, and young people who would be called upon to fight and die for the country. Now, the party of Lincoln has shed its proud legacy by advancing policies that would disqualify tens of millions of Americans from voting. If the SAVE Act is enacted, it will be the latest assault on voting rights that we have seen under Trump administration through partisan gerrymandering, which he insisted upon, which was unique, perhaps a precedent historically, of a president asking to redistrict before the 10-year census window. The deadly insurrection of January 6th, as I mentioned, and the subsequent mass pardons of individuals who tried to overturn an election. Also looming in the background is the Supreme Court, which has gutted campaign finance laws, nullified key parts of the Voting Rights Act, and declined to prevent gerrymandering that have interfered with the bedrock principle of one person, one vote. Mr. President, let me now discuss the specific reasons that the SAVE Act is so dangerous and why I will oppose it. Simply put, the SAVE Act could disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans, and I cannot support any bill that makes it harder for law-abiding American citizens to vote. Now, I can see people saying, what's the big deal about making someone show ID? Well, like many slick sales pitches, this policy is really a bunch of gotchas that will stand between millions of voters and the ballot box. Under current law, a vast majority of Americans vote by attesting to their citizenship and by showing a government-issued photo identification card, usually a driver's license, showing that the person listed on the voter rolls is the person who is actually casting the vote. The penalties for violating these requirements are severe. This has made the system simple and secure. Indeed, instances of voter fraud are so rare that calling them minuscule would be a gross overestimate. But under the SAVE Act, a person will need to demonstrate their citizenship in order to register to vote. That can be accomplished only through either a U.S. passport or through a government-issued photo identification card plus a birth certificate with a name that matches what's on the photo ID. According to the Brennan Center, more than 9% of voting-age Americans, that's 21 million people, don't have documents sufficient to prove their citizenship at this time, i.e. a passport or birth certificate, readily available. Maybe they are at the home of another family member or stored in a safe deposit box. And also, 4 million Americans don't have these documents available at all for many different reasons. Maybe they're lost, destroyed, or stolen. These 21 million Americans are most at risk of being prevented from voting. Americans can, of course, use a passport as documentary proof of citizenship, but more than half of Americans, an estimated 150 million to 200 million citizens, do not have a passport. And to get one, you need to find your birth certificate and a government-issued photo ID, submit the paperwork, pay $165, and wait a month for it to arrive, which would really bother someone who suddenly in October decides that they must vote, and they're legally entitled to do so, but can't get the passport. Proponents of the bill say that Americans should just use a real ID to satisfy the requirement. And this is a state-issued driver's license which complies with federal security standards established after 9/11 to limit counterfeiting. And the SAVE Act does say that a real ID is acceptable. It says we'll accept the real ID, so long as it, quote, indicates the applicant is a citizen of the United States, close quote. But that's a false premise. 15 secretaries of state, including Greg Amore of Rhode Island, wrote, quote, real IDs do not indicate citizenship status. Even if the federal laws for real ID were amended, the nearly 140 million real IDs that have been issued over the last decade could not be used as proof of citizenship. And I would ask unanimous consent to include the letter from the Secretary of State of Rhode Island.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, in Texas, for example, to get a real ID, an applicant, quote, must provide proof of lawful presence in the United States. That's according to the instructions to Form DL-53, which the Texas Department of Public Safety uses to inform non-citizens of the documentation that they can use to get a real ID. Yes, that's correct. You don't need to be a citizen to get a real ID in Texas. For example, individuals seeking asylum are eligible for a Texas real ID if they provide, quote, immigration documentation with an alien number. So non-citizens who are ineligible to vote can still get real IDs. And by the way, a real ID issued by Texas does not indicate the holder's country's of citizenship. So in Texas, having a real ID won't allow you to register to vote under the SAVE Act. Now, some people may think that it's easier to get acceptable documents and register to vote in person, but that hasn't been the experience of my constituent who wrote me, and I quote, "My wife is a native Rhode Islander. We just secured a certificate or certified copy of a Rhode Island birth certificate from the state archives a few weeks ago, primarily to ensure that she was able to vote in the 2026 and beyond. The fact that we're forced to think about obtaining certified birth certificates as a precondition of voting is completely antithetical to our actual right to vote." Now, if you don't have money to spare to get the proper documents, if you can't easily get to your town hall to fill in the gaps in your paperwork, if you're just too busy living your life, what are you to do? Faced with these barriers, you may just give up and not vote at all. Let me tick through the Americans that will be most affected if this legislation passes. First, there are 69 million women who have changed their names after getting married. Their birth certificates do not reflect that change. While many of them have access to their original birth certificate, that alone would not be enough to register under the SAVE Act. They will also need to produce official documentation that their name has changed and matches what is on their current government-issued photo ID. Now, if you've been divorced and remarried, good luck getting all that together. This isn't just a barrier for recently married women who haven't gotten around to updating their papers. Women of all ages will be affected. Another one of my constituents reported an enormous headache with just proving her identity in order to get a real ID. And mind you, a real ID is just a martyr's driver's license that doesn't even indicate citizenship status. I quote, "As a divorced woman, it took me 3 visits to get my real ID. The first time, I did not realize I needed my marriage certificate. The second time, I brought the divorce decree and it was not accepted. The third time, I had to go to the town hall and have my marriage certificate made. This bill is so damaging to the women of this country." Can you imagine the hardships that many women will have to go through not only to get a real ID, but also to document their citizenship under the system established by the SAVE Act? Another one of my constituents has similar fears about her elderly mother being turned away from the polls. Quote, "If the SAVE Act gets passed, my husband and I still have the ability to vote, but my 85-year-old mother will not. She does not have a passport and changed her name when she married my father in 1964. Please do not let Trump do this to our female voters." These barriers aren't being faced just by women in blue states. They are being felt in red states, too. Take Brandy Halliday from Utah, Senator Lee's home state. She wrote a letter to the editor of the Salt Lake Tribune on March 15th, from which I quote, "When my 80-year-old mother moved to Utah, she needed to get a new ID and register to vote. She had to show a birth certificate, her marriage license to my father, her divorce papers from my father, in which she kept his last name to match that of her children, and then her marriage license to her second husband. This was the only way to trace the name on her birth certificate to her current last name. This took 2 trips to the DMV, which is not an easy task for someone of her age who uses the walker, and she's fortunate to have my help in tracking down the relevant documents." Now imagine, and I'm still quoting, trying to do this for a person who may have moved frequently over the course of their lives and has lost documents along the way. they will need to contact various offices, possibly across many states, and request the appropriate documentation, which may also require fees that they may not be able to afford. And imagine someone working 2 jobs while trying to raise a family needing to do this. Now, my colleague from Utah has sought to minimize these burdens. He's pointed to text in the bill, specifically page 14, line 15, purporting to say that, quote, if you don't have documentation, you don't have a problem, and that you can register, quote, without a single additional document other than that what you provide to the government in the form of a sworn affidavit under penalty of perjury. So if this is true, then what's the purpose of this bill? What the senator from Utah described is basically the current system in Rhode Island, at least. I will not. But this is the way the bill works. If you review the specific page and line that Senator Lee has referenced, page 14, line 15, and just look a few lines further in that same direction, specifically page 15, line 6, the bill says anyone submitting a sworn affidavit must also, quote, submit such other evidence to the appropriate state or local official demonstrating the applicant is a citizen of the United States, and such officials will make a determination as to whether the applicant has sufficiently established United States citizenship, close quote. This section further requires the state or local official to them file their own affidavit that, quote, the applicant has sufficiently established United States citizenship. And if that official makes an improper determination, then he or she could be put in jail for 5 years. All I am doing is reading the words on the page that we're being asked to enact into law. I'm trying to take a textualist approach and derive their original meaning. So this purported exception to alleviate the gross injustice that this bill would inflict upon the 69 million women who have changed their names and the 21 million Americans without ready access to papers, well, this exception wouldn't deliver them any relief at all. They still must show their papers, which exact ones no one can say. It'll be a subjective decision to that clerk who is attesting to it. And ask the clerk to risk 5 years in jail simply for permission to register to vote. That doesn't sound like much relief at all. It's another gotcha. Second, young Americans in college will face issues at the polls. The 26th Amendment lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. This was a critical reform in the Vietnam War era that embodied a simple principle. If you are old enough to fight, you are old enough to vote. It is the height of hypocrisy to place barriers to vote in front of any American citizen who puts his life on the line to keep us safe. Well, in Rhode Island, which has a voter ID law, a college ID is sufficient to show at the polls when voting. But under the SAVE Act, that law would be invalidated. A college ID is not on the list of, quote, valid photo identification in the SAVE Act. And I'll bet there are very few college-age students bringing their birth certificates with them to school. At their parents' rightful insistence, these documents are probably kept locked away at home. And very few college students go through the trouble of getting a local driver's license because they only are temporarily living where they attend school. So young Americans may disproportionately get turned away. They may be denied the right to participate in civic life, even though they have so much riding on it. Concerns that many Americans will be stripped of their voting rights are not theoretical or hypothetical. We have seen this play out very recently. In 2013, Kansas implemented a state version of the SAVE Act. According to the Associated Press, it was, quote, one of the biggest political fiascos in the state in recent memory. In other words, it was a total failure. And we are on the verge of replicating that failure nationwide. It was such a failure because over 30,000 Kansans that's 12% of everyone seeking to register, saw their registration suspended or invalidated. Fortunately, in 2018, the court stepped in and invalidated the Kansas law before it could do more damage. As Trump and the Republicans are purportedly trying to do now, Kansas was trying to prevent non-citizens from voting. It turns out that this is a completely illusory problem. In Kansas, only 3 non-citizens registered to vote each year from 1999 through 2012. That's a total of 39, or 0.002% of all registered voters. The court found that these were nominal cases explained by administrative error and confusion, and of the 39, only 11 actually voted. When invalidating the Kansas law, the court found the following fundamental and fatal flaws. The law has acted as a deterrent to registration and voting for substantially more eligible Kansans than has prevented ineligible voters from registering to vote. At least one applicant testified that he opted not to apply to register to vote again, despite possessing documentary proof of citizenship, because of the burdensome experience of being held in suspense and prevented from voting in 2014 due to the law. Based on this record, the magnitude of the burden on unregistered eligible Kansas voters cannot be justified. The evidence at trial demonstrated that the documentary proof of citizenship law disproportionately impacts duly qualified registration applicants while only nominally preventing non-citizen voter registration. It also may have the inadvertent effect of eroding instead of maintaining confidence in the electoral system. Imagine disqualifying 30,000 illegitimate Kansas voters because over a 13 period, a total of 39 non-citizens were mistakenly added to the voting rolls. This unfortunate episode in Kansas is a cautionary tale for us here in Congress. We should learn from the mistake. We should be humbled by the mistake. And more importantly, we should not repeat their mistake. In Kansas, it made no sense to punish 30,000 law-abiding American citizens who wanted to vote just to prevent 11 non-citizens from voting. The way to solve this alleged problem of non-citizen voting is simply to enforce existing federal and state law that only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote with strong penalties for noncompliance. Under federal law, it is a felony for non-citizens to vote. Section 1015 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code states that, quote, whoever knowingly makes false statement or claim that he is a citizen of the United States in order to register to vote or to vote in any federal, state, or local election, including an initiative, recall, or referendum, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 5 years or both. The Rhode Island Constitution states, every citizen of the United States of the age of 18 years or over who has had a residence and home in this state for 30 days next preceding the time of voting, who has resided 30 days in the county or city from which such citizens desire to vote, is eligible to vote. Under current law, to register in Rhode Island, all voters must attest to their U.S. citizenship. They must, and I quote, swear or affirm that I am a U.S. citizen. Then check a yes or no box for whether they are citizens of the United States. They are warned on the registration form, a simple one-page document, that, quote, if you sign this form and know it to be false, you can be convicted and fined up to $5,000 or jailed for up to 10 years. And then to vote in Rhode Island, all voters must show a valid photo ID. These laws are enforced. They are an effective deterrent. They have made our elections safe and secure, and that is why non-citizen voting is so rare. According to Christine Stenning, the president of the League of Women Voters in Rhode Island, In her words, there is no evidence that non-citizen voting has ever been significant enough to impact an election's outcome. Research from the Heritage Foundation, perhaps the preeminent Trump-aligned conservative think tank, found only 77 instances of non-citizen voting from 1999 until 2023, each of which was investigated by the authority. That's 77 out of hundreds of millions, maybe even more than 1 billion votes cast during this time period. During the 2016 election, an exhaustive study by the Brennan Center found that at least 30 cases of non-citizen voting were referred for investigation. And in Trump's first term, 2017 through 2021, only 19 people were indicted for voting without U.S. citizenship. In 2024, the numbers look very similar. The top election official in Utah reviewed all 2.1 million registered voters and found just one, quote, confirmed non-citizen registered to vote, and that person never voted. In Idaho, officials found 36, quote, very likely registered non-citizens, and not all of them voted. The Secretary of State of Iowa said that out of the million-plus registered voters we started with, we've been down to 0.10% of the overall count. 0.10%. In Louisiana, investigators found 390 non-citizen registrants out of 2.9 million. Only 79 had voted in an election over the last several decades. In Montana, only 23 possible non-citizen registrants out of approximately 785,000. In Georgia, only 20 out of 8.2 million. In Maricopa County, Arizona, only 2 out of 2.5 million. Now, none of these people should have voted, and they should be punished for breaking the law. But we are talking about a handful of votes. We do not need a complete overhaul of our election systems and to potentially strip millions of American citizens of voting rights when the evidence demonstrates that this purported law is already addressed by current law. According to an op-ed by Stephen Richer of the Cato Institute, a famously conservative and Republican-linking think tank, the results of these state investigations, in his words, affirm what is simply common sense. People largely aren't willing to risk their status in the United States, the land of economic opportunity, for the ability to cast one more vote out of hundreds of thousands, or millions in a state and hundreds of millions in the country. The Wall Street Journal editorial page, a loudspeaker for conservative views, similarly said about the SAVE Act, although Mr. Trump insists that voter fraud is endemic, his big claims aren't backed by hard evidence. The president recently said illegal aliens are voting in such huge numbers that he won Minnesota 3 times. Audits in a variety of places, Georgia, Michigan, Texas, Utah, Idaho, have found non-citizen voting and registration to be rare. Other states might be worse, but consider incentives. Illegal immigrants who want to stay are trying to avoid being noticed by the authorities. Green card holders have much to lose if they commit a crime. Prosecuting violations is good for deterrence, and vigilance is important. Now, you might be thinking that you are a law-abiding citizen who has lived in the same neighborhood for decades, and therefore you have nothing to worry about if the SAFE Act were enacted. Not so. Even if you've been registered for decades and voted while issued, you still should be worried about what the SAFE Act means for you. States would be required to report their full voter rules to the Department of Homeland Security and certify that there are no non-citizens on their list. And the federal government can require, then, states to purge their voter rolls of any suspected non-citizens. Think about it this way. The department that maintains the no-fly list, which often misidentifies people, will be now maintaining a no-vote list. What could go wrong? There is not a single state that currently requires documentary proof of citizenship on par with the SAVE Act. So how will the states be able to meet this new mandate and avoid voter purges? The shorter answer is they can't, at least not easily. So there is a real risk that states will take a conservative approach to compliance and require all their voters to re-register with documentary proof of citizenship. In addition, the SAVE Act does not contain any express language protecting voters who have already registered under the current system. So there's also a risk that Trump's DOJ could use authority under the SAVE Act to find a state's entire voter roll out of compliance with the, quote, documentary proof of citizenship requirement. If that happens, you, who have voted for decades, lived in the same home, could likely be forced to re-register. Consider those 3,000 U.S. citizens in Kansas who were in the exact same boat and were denied the ability to register to vote. If you can't furnish the required documentation, or you were busy and missed the window to re-register, well, you simply won't be able to vote in the 2026 election and maybe beyond that. The SAVE Act will centralize all states' voter rolls in a federal government database. According to the Campaign Legal Center, this is a plain attempt to bully states into sharing voters' sensitive personal information with the federal government. Making matters worse, the Save America Act places no restrictions on what the federal government can do with the census data once DHS receives it. That's sensitive personal information for around 75% of the nation's adults. The Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights has said that DHS's desire to turn the SAVE program into a de facto national citizenship registry raises significant civil liberties concerns. My Republican colleagues should tell the American people whether this invasion of privacy is worth it. I do not personally believe that it is. Such a database is an irresistible one-stop shop for hackers and foreign governments to steal America's most sensitive personal information. Again, this is not a theoretical concern. A whistleblower report from last week alleged that a former DOJ representative with, quote, God-level access to Social Security Administration servers copied data onto a thumb drive and planned to share it with a private employer. The data allegedly included the Numident and the master death file, containing more than 500 million living and dead Americans, including Social Security numbers, places and dates of birth, citizenship, race and ethnicity, and parents' names. We have seen the current administration be incredibly sloppy and careless with classified information. From then former President Trump taking documents with security classification markings to Mar-a-Lago and storing them in his bathroom, to the current Secretary of Defense sharing military strike plans via Signal with a journalist. In 2015, the Office of Personnel Management announced that it had been the target of a data breach targeting over 22 million records involving security clearances, in which Social Security numbers, names, dates, places of birth, and addresses were exfiltrated by hackers working on behalf of the Chinese government. Now, ask yourself if you would trust former Secretary Noem and Attorney General Bondi to keep the permanent personal information of the 200 million registered voters safe. Would you trust them with your name, address, date of birth, driver's license number, and biometric information like height, weight, hair color, and eye color? The SAVE Act asks you to place that trust in them. I personally would not. So the SAVE Act centralizes election administration with the federal government. It reveals another fatal flaw in the bill, which again replicates the mistakes and the problems with the Kansas law. It is this centralization that makes the SAVE Act, in my view, unconstitutional. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution reads, "The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators." So the Constitution says that the states play a role in election administration. It says the Congress plays a role in election administration. It does not say anything about the executive branch playing a role in election administration. And yet that is exactly what the SAVE Act would do. It gives DOJ and DHS, which is part of the executive branch, immense power to determine the sufficiency of state voter registration laws and then to mess around with state procedures to actually conduct elections. The Wall Street Journal, again, editorial page said on March 18th that the decentralized nature of American elections is a source of resilience, and Republicans rightly oppose President Biden's attempt to federalize voting rules on the lax California model. Have they given up Federalist principles? Well, it appears they have. Now, one could argue that if the Congress intervenes, then the Constitution requirement is met. But we have seen daily this administration ignore Congress, ignore the law, and ignore the Constitution. This will be a pass for President Trump to exploit the elections that are before us. And you can bet that there'll be lawsuits initiated as soon as the ink is dry with President Trump's signature. And before the Supreme Court ultimately weighs in, there will be litigation in the district courts and the appellate courts across the country. There will be conflicting rulings, and the constitutionality of the SAVE Act will almost certainly not get resolved before the 2026 election, possibly not even until the 2028 election. In the meantime, there will be mass confusion about the rules that govern those elections. And I might add, the 2026 elections, as I said, are already underway. At least 6 states have already had their primary elections. If the rules suddenly change or there are mass purges of the voter rolls between the primary elections and the general elections, then that will undermine the integrity of the election far more than the illusory problem of non-citizen voting. In addition to these constitutional infirmities, there are tremendous unfunded mandates and burdens that would be placed on the states if this law is enacted. According to Rhode Island Secretary of State Greg Amore, the state government would need to change its voter registration systems and forms. It may need to purchase new voting machines and equipment, and it would need to pursue a significant public outreach campaign to educate voters about changes in the law. But the SAVE Act provides $0 to cover these costs. States and localities will need to cover this unfunded mandate, and that means higher taxes or more debt. With regard to Rhode Island, first, Rhode Island would be required under the SAVE Act to essentially eliminate registration by mail and online. Under current law, any Rhode Islander can print and fill out a voter registration form, get their signature notarized, and mail it to the town hall. Or they complete the process entirely online. They can do it entirely online. The SAVE Act requires anyone who registers by mail to also present documentary proof of citizenship in person at the election office by the registration deadline. While the election is silent about online registration, I'm assuming the same rule applies. So Rhode Islanders will need to spend precious time and inconvenience to go in person to show their proof of citizenship, which means that this process of mail-in registration will be eliminated practically. As I said at the beginning of these remarks, what I'd like to see is to make voting easier for American citizens, not to give my constituents yet another headache, place additional demands on their time, and impose, frankly, ridiculous government mandates, especially when it comes to exercising the fundamental rights to vote. Second, Rhode Island would need to narrow its list of acceptable photo ID to present at the polls when voting. Rhode Island law permits voting at the polls to verify their registration and identity through ID cards that are issued by educational institutions and government-issued medical cards, and of course, the real ID. The SAVE Act would not permit these cards issued by educational institutions and government-issued medical cards. Rhode Island currently permits voting with non-photo identification if accompanied by a birth certificate, Social Security card, or government-issued medical card. The SAVE Act does not permit non-photo IDs personnel to vote under any circumstances. This example alone should shed or shred any notion that the SAVE Act is a simple voter ID law. If it were, then the very sensible procedures currently used in Rhode Island would be acceptable. They have been in operation since 2012 without any issues. And yet my Republican colleagues would meddle in them for no discernible and compelling reason. Third, Rhode Island will need to submit its own voter rolls to DHS and purge anyone suspected of being a non-citizen within 30 days of an enactment and then on an ongoing basis. The state must submit its voter rolls to DHS SAVE system to identify non-citizens and then purge them from its rolls. Anyone identified as a non-citizen who believes that it is a mistake must meet the new documentary proof of citizenship requirement and re-register. Rhode Island and many other states, red states and blue states alike, are actively litigating with DOJ to rebuff the federal government's attempts to obtain its voter rolls. DOJ hasn't even said why it wants this information. Nobody should believe it's for any legitimate purpose. DOJ has been losing in court, and this legislation would essentially end this litigation against the state's interest. DOJ should be defending what it's doing in court, not coming to Congress for a bailout. Nor should we give them a bailout. This meddling by the federal government is, by the way, completely unnecessary. Rhode Island already undergoes regular voter list maintenance efforts. A statewide voter mailing in 2020 ultimately resulted in 60,619 inactive voter registrations being removed from the state's voters list. Since 2023, election officials in Rhode Island have removed 107,738 voters from the voter list through maintenance procedures. In November 2025, the Rhode Island Secretary of State launched the latest effort to ensure the state's rolls are accurate. The government mailed every single registered voter in the state, asking them to review the information in their voter record and update any inaccurate or outdated information. Rhode Island is already a participant in information sharing agreements to identify potential instances of election fraud through the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC, which 25 states use for voter list maintenance and identification of potential instances of election fraud. Our states are constantly and actively determining that their rolls are not swamped by people ineligible to vote. Fourth, Rhode Islanders will need to pay to comply with new federal mandates. The state, as indicated, must conduct a marketing campaign to ensure that Rhode Islanders are aware of the requirement to provide documentary proof of citizenship to register. The state must notify every person who registers by mail of the requirement to provide documentary proof of citizenship prior to voting. The state must change its registration forms and signage at the polls. As noted above, the state must review its entire voter roll for citizenship status. So the SAVE Act says that Rhode Island, a state where non-citizen voting is punishable by 10 years in prison and where everyone must show IDs at the polls, would need to radically overhaul its voting system and pass those costs on to the taxpayers in order to meet new federal mandates. The proposal on the table is to throw out state rules about voter ID and require what is effectively a national ID while ignoring current law that already makes it a serious crime for non-citizens to vote. That is a raw deal to fix a non-existent problem. Mr. President, this is so dangerous because it will break a system that successfully prevents fraud and replace it with one that makes it harder for American citizens to exercise their constitutional right to vote. So why are they doing this? The real reason, in my view, is to support Trump's big lie that the 2020 election was stolen, even though he lost by 7 million votes. And even though 46 of my Republican colleagues voted to certify the election. So it must not have been that illegal. They are doing this in service of President Trump's ego and his insatiable desire for power. Power that he is using to take revenge on his political enemies and reward his political allies. Power that he's using to push through corrupt business deals while he leaves the American people holding the bags through his tariffs. Power that he's using to no longer provide Medicaid to children and seniors while funding yet another forever war in the Middle East. And power that he's using to remain above the law, immune from prosecution based on a sweeping Supreme Court ruling that he's protected so long as he is president. Let's examine the record of how Trump is executing this power grab. It is systemic. It began on day one, and this is a component of that effort. He has gutted the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security that defends our nation's infrastructure from cyber attacks. This includes all kinds of election components, including voting registration databases, voting machines, and related IT systems. Congress created CISA during Trump's first term to avoid a repeat of the 2016 election, in which the Russian government sowed misinformation to aid the Trump campaign. CISA provides election officers nationwide with intelligence briefings and cybersecurity systems. In 2023 and 2024, it conducted 700 cybersecurity assessments for local election jurisdictions across the country. But upon returning to office, Trump immediately froze all CISA election security work. DOJ cut 130 employees of CISA, including its election security advisor. Trump dismissed the head of the National Security Agency and the U.S. Cyber Command, which provide crucial intelligence to CISA regarding foreign cyber threats to election infrastructure. Trump terminated or cut funding for the public-private and state-federal partnerships that CISA uses as conduits for the federal government to help states. At CISA, Trump installed one of his cronies to be his eyes and ears, the 2020 election denier, Marcy McCarthy, who was chair of the DeKalb County, Georgia Republican Party and has amplified false claims of voter fraud in Georgia and spread disinformation about voting machines. She obviously has also no cybersecurity expertise. Democrats want free and fair elections that have integrity. The biggest threat to achieving that is not the illusory problem of non-citizen voting, but rather outside threats from Russian actors like the Russian government, who actually tried to manipulate election outcomes and who have sophisticated capabilities in cyberspace. According to the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment prepared by the Director of National Intelligence, that's Tulsi Gabbard, by the way, who is not exactly known as a Russian hawk, quote, Moscow probably believes information operations efforts to influence U.S. elections are advantageous regardless of whether they affect election outcomes, because reinforcing doubt in the integrity of the U.S. electoral system achieves one of its core objectives. Defunding and gutting CISA is entirely consistent with the core Russian objective to sow doubt in our democratic process. The annual threat assessment goes on to forecast that, quote, Moscow's malign influence activities will continue for the foreseeable future and will almost certainly increase in sophistication and volume. If Trump were actually to commit to election integrity, he would not have gutted the federal agency responsible for securing our election infrastructure against this threat. But that is exactly what he's done. And as if to remove any doubt that Trump's primary objective is perpetrating his big lie that the 2020 election was stolen and create circumstances to perhaps do the same thing in 2026 and 2028, he issued an executive order directing the Department of Justice to investigate the former leader of CISA, Chris Krebs, after he had the temerity to say that, quote, the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. There is no evidence that any voting system detected or lost votes, deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. By the way, at the same time, Trump canceled Mr. Krebs' security clearance. Over 40 cybersecurity experts have condemned the, quote, the political persecution of Krebs. They wrote in an open letter that by placing Krebs in the crosshairs, the president is signaling that cybersecurity professionals whose findings do not align with his narrative risk having their business and livelihood subjected to spurious and retaliatory targeting. And here we have a prime example of Donald Trump using the machinery of the federal government to intimidate into silence those who refute his big lie that the 2020 election was stolen and plagued by widespread fraud. And he's gearing up to do the same thing for 2026 and 2028. Trump has stacked DOJ, the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and other parts of administrations with cronies, sycophants, and loyalists who perpetrate the big lie in 2020 and organized the Stop the Steal movement that culminated in the deadly insurrection on January 6th. Notable examples include the following. Emmett Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Division, who represented President Trump in his campaign in the past and continues to amplify Trump's debunked claims of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election. Maureen Reardon, the recently departed acting chief of the voting section at DOJ, who is another election skeptic and defender of voter suppression tactics, who has reiterated unfounded claims of widespread voting by non-citizens. Eric Neff, the current chief of the voting section at DOJ, who has been leading this dangerous effort to compel the states, including Rhode Island, to turn over their voter rolls. Mr. Neff has been reprimanded for his past work in the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, where he pursued a case against an electronics software company based on evidence provided by a conspiracy-driven election denier group called True the Vote. The charges were ultimately dropped, Neff was put on leave, and the LA taxpayers were stuck paying a $5 million settlement. Ed Martin, the pardon attorney at DOJ. Mr. Martin has represented January 6 rioters in court and defended Trump's claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election. Kurt Olson, the White House Director of Election Security. Mr. Olson was a Trump campaign lawyer who worked on the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results, including being part of the Texas Attorney General's attempt to get the Supreme Court to stop 4 swing states from certifying Biden's 2020 victory over Trump. Heather Honey, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Election Integrity at DHS. Ms. Honey worked closely with Cleta Mitchell, who participated in Trump's infamous call with the Georgia Secretary of State, pressuring him to find sufficient votes for Trump to win the state, which I think most casual observers would cite as one of the most egregious attempts to influence votes illegally that we've seen, certainly from a president. Honey was on the ground in Maricopa County, Arizona, for a Republican-backed audit seeking proof of fraud in the 2020 election. Honey pushed a conspiracy that there were more votes counted than were cast in Pennsylvania. And Greg Phillips, the director of the Office of Response and Recovery at FEMA. Mr. Phillips was a board member of True the Vote, the organization that traffics in conspiracy theories that Mr. Neff used to pursue a faulty case against an election software company. Phillips made the outrageous claim that he reviewed voter rolls with over 3 million non-citizens on the rolls in 2016. Absolutely preposterous. But he is part of the organization that will ensure integrity in the 2026 and 2028 elections. The machinery of the federal government has already been deployed through these individuals and others to relitigate the 2020 election and intimidate election officials into doing Trump's bidding in 2026 and 2028. On January 28th, the FBI raided the election office in Fulton County, Georgia, and actually seized ballots. Fulton County contains the state's biggest metropolitan area, Atlanta, where 500,000 votes were cast in 2020. According to court documents, the reason for this raid were the same claims and conspiracy theories that undermines Trump's big lie about the 2020 election. It was based on a referral from Ken Olson, who I discussed above. He was a key person who tried to steal the 2020 election and is currently working in the White House, which historically, and for good reason, has not directed law enforcement, which is supposed to be nonpartisan, based on facts and evidence in the law, not the whim of the president. The FBI's affidavit claimed a discrepancy in voters cast and voters counted of 3%. But in reality, those numbers are off by less than 0.2%. That the FBI would mislead the court to justify this raid about 2020 should give everyone tremendous concern about what kinds of falsehoods will underpin efforts to subvert results in 2026 and 2028. A similar investigation about the 2020 election is underway by the FBI in Maricopa County, Arizona, which is the state's largest metropolitan area. So why is the FBI investigating an election that occurred 6 years ago? And why is the FBI focused on the biggest cities in the 2 states that swung the election against Trump? Again, it's to perpetrate the big lie and to lay the groundwork for interference in the 2026 and 2028 elections. It's not just the federal government that has been stacked with election deniers who are dedicated to making sure Trump remains in power. Trump has also installed allies at every level of state and local election offices. These allies stand ready to do his bidding and disenfranchise large numbers of voters who oppose him. These efforts by Trump's enablers have already disenfranchised American citizens. In North Carolina, Republicans sought to cancel 65,000 votes in a judicial election last year. An estimated 2,000, 8,000 of the votes were military votes and overseas votes. Speaking of the military, Trump may be preparing to use the National Guard in order to deter Americans from exercising their constitutional right to vote. He signed an executive order requiring each state to be ready to deploy a National Guard response force with a total of 23,750 members nationwide that can be ordered into states without consent of local governors. And under existing law, the president has command of a quick reaction force of 2,000 National Guard members. He can deploy them nationwide to any state within 8 hours of notice. Trump may try to abuse his authority as commander-in-chief to place these forces in polling places, perhaps in Fulton County or Maricopa County under the guise of protecting them. They could be used to quell protests if Trump tries to steal another election. Trump famously did not deploy the Guard to defend the Capitol on January 6th, but now the pendulum may well swing in the other direction. He could preemptively deploy the Guard to deter people from voting. Steve Bannon, last month on a podcast, stated that we're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. President Trump has to nationalize the election. You've got to put not just ICE, I think, you've got to put and call up the 82nd and 101st Airborne on the Insurrection Act. You've got to get around every poll and make sure only people with IDs, people actually registered to vote, and people that the United States, that are United States citizens vote in this election. So here you have Steve Bannon, someone who is very close to Trump and who essentially served as his consigliere in the first administration, openly saying that the military and ICE should be enforcing the SAVE Act. Mr. President, Steve Bannon said he wants the 82nd Airborne to do voter intimidation. I served in the 82nd Airborne. I was a platoon leader and a company commander. It is so offensive to our values as soldiers and so denigrating to the men and women in uniform for Steve Bannon to suggest that it should be turned against their own neighbors, to be conscripted to help the President Trump to cling to power. This is not what happens in functioning democracies. This is what happens under authoritarian regimes and in dictatorships. And lest anyone believe Mr. Bannon's attempt to cult himself as a deeply read intellectual, I would note that it is a criminal offense if military officers do what he has proposed. Section 592 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code says that if a commander sends troops under his command into a polling place, he can go to jail for up to 5 years. I quote, "Whoever being an officer in the Army or Navy or other person in the civil, military, or naval service of the United States orders, brings, keeps, or has under his authority or control any troops or armed men at any place where general or special election is held, unless such forces shall be necessary to repel armed enemies of the United States, shall be fined under the title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both, and be disqualified from holding any office of honor, profit, or trust under the United States." That's the military force. And this notion of ICE being at the polls is just as concerning. Agents have detained law-abiding American citizens who've gotten caught up in Trump's mass deportation campaign. So there are some citizens who would be justified in thinking that it's still risky to go to the polls lest you inadvertently get picked up. And what's the criteria for ICE to stop, detain, harass people? It seems to be how they look, not what is in their hearts, not that they're dedicated Americans, not that they may be police officers in civilian uniform, not that they may be former veterans. And if ICE were asking to people to show their papers before they even enter the polling place, then that adds more time, more process, and more complexity to something that should be quick, easy, and simple. Finally, even if you do not cast a vote, the bill contains a dangerous private action allowing anyone to challenge another voter's registration status. That provision can be used with great effect to challenge large numbers of votes in states and localities that elects non-Trumpers. Even if those claims are meritless and ultimately dismissed, they will tangle the courts up with so much litigation that we will not know the actual election results for months on end. That sows additional mistrust in the process, and depending on the judges who hear these cases, could result in mass disenfranchisement of U.S. citizens who vote. Given the data I've recited about the paltry numbers of non-citizen voters, reviews of the voter rolls after the fact and strong enforcement of existing criminal penalties is more than sufficient to achieve the purpose of allowing American citizens to vote and encouraging them to do so. So, Mr. President, this is not about election integrity or protecting the will of the voters. This is about voter suppression and voter intimidation. This is about keeping Trump and his gang in power. This is about Trump knowing that he's deeply unpopular, that he could be on a path to lose fair and square, and trying to bend the rules and create the machinery for the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security and even the military to do his personal bidding to cling to power. If that happens, if he is successful, then we will no longer be a democracy. Lest anyone still think that this bill is about election integrity and not 100% about Donald Trump's power grab, my Republican colleagues have added two provisions covering the culture war. Provision that denigrate trans rights, Donald Trump's favorite boogeyman, and his personal pet issue having precisely nothing to do with the alleged scourge of non-citizen voting. I am proud tonight to join my Democratic colleagues in sounding the alarm. We want to help our fellow citizens participate in our elections because only their participation will ensure that the government is truly accountable to the people it represents. My Secretary of State, Greg Amore, has said, and I quote, "The SAVE Act deviates from pro-voter and pro-democracy policies that make it easier for people to cast a ballot by placing an undue burden on American citizens. It is allegedly already illegal for non-citizens to vote, and requiring documentation proving citizenship effectively creates a poll tax for voters. President Trump is disregarding our country's separation of powers as the SAVE Act makes its way through Congress. This isn't or should not be a partisan endeavor. Democrats and Republicans shouldn't be afraid to face the voters, all the voters, and compete the basis of our ideas and aspirations. The SAVE Act shows that Trump has a different agenda, consolidating power for himself while subjugating the American people. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will understand that and oppose these efforts. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, rise today for the hardworking American families who are struggling to make ends meet. These are hardworking American families who are struggling to make ends meet because they are victims of Democrats' political theater. I grew up in public housing and watched my parents struggle to make ends meet. I saw my adopted dad lose his job. I remember when my dad had his car repossessed. When these things happened, I felt the panic my parents dealt with in trying to keep food on the table for me and my siblings when the next paycheck wasn't guaranteed. I don't wish what my family went through on anyone. I actually ran for governor of Florida and the U.S. Senate because I wanted to change this country so fewer families grow up with the struggle that mine did. So it makes me furious to see what Democrats are doing right now with this political stunt of shutting down the Department of Homeland Security. It's been more than a month since this shutdown began. This is the third time in the last 6 months that the hardworking Americans who work to keep us safe each and every day have had to worry about how they're going to pay mortgages, pay the rent, buy gas, bring home groceries to feed their kids. It's unfair and it's un-American. I think every American has probably felt the squeeze from this shutdown when they go to the airport. TSA staffing shortages have gone through the roof, and that has meant longer screening times at airports across the country. Lines are stretching out the door, and wait times are skyrocketing into hours. People in Atlanta are missing 6 a.m. flights when they showed up to the airport at 3 a.m. in the morning. But the federal employees, the ones who show up to work every day to keep the rest of us safe, are the ones going through the worst of all this shutdown. A union official who represents workers at TSA said, a lot of employees that I've talked to don't have any money in their bank account. They've already missed half a check, so they don't know what bill to pay. This week in my state of Florida, the good folks over at Feeding South Florida distribute food to federal workers
who aren't being paid because of this reckless shutdown. Think about the situation that Democrats in the Senate have put DHS workers in. What if your boss called you tonight and said, listen, I need you to come in tomorrow. Your job is absolutely essential to the security of our nation. We need you to help us keep people safe. Millions of people around America rely on you to show up so they can be safe. But management decided not to pay you. And we don't know when management will decide to pay you. What would you do? Who would you call? What would you do when your rent was due? How would you feed your family? What would you do about that car payment coming up? What would you tell your child when you couldn't afford their upcoming field trip or sports lessons? Or were forced to cancel the thing that your little boy or girl was really looking forward to? These aren't hypothetical questions for the more than 50,000 TSA agents Democrats are forcing to work without pay right now. But don't just think of them as a number. These are Americans, and here are some of their stories. Alondra Galvin. She's a single mom and a TSA officer currently working without pay because of the partial government shutdown. She's been working for TSA for 2 years. Here's what she said. It's very frustrating for everything, from financial restraints to mental instability. There's times at night I'm like, what am I going to do? How am I going to do it? She says, I'm a single mom right now. My son usually goes to spring break camps, and I can't afford that right now because there's no money coming in. I just don't know what to do anymore. There's no babysitter. I don't have money to pay a babysitter. So it's all around bad. And she's not alone. There are food banks for DHS employees springing up all over the country, in San Diego, Pittsburgh, Chattanooga. Demand has been so great in Las Vegas that supplies are now limited, and they're looking for more donations, according to one report. Most people have drained through their emergency funds, said TSA agent Johnny James. Majority of TSA agents, the paycheck to paycheck, he said. A lot of them still have loans or debts from the previous shutdown, he said. In Omaha, Nebraska, one man started a GoFundMe page to raise donations so he could buy meals delivered to TSA employees at Eppley Airfield. Airports across the country are asking for gift donations, gift card donations, so the people who keep our economy going, people who make it safe and possible for other Americans to visit their families, do business, or go on vacation, can keep scraping while Democrat politicians in this chamber can put on a show for the news cameras and fight for illegal aliens. In Nashville, one TSA supervisor noted people are, quote, starting to get eviction notices. She summed the entire situation up when she told the same newspaper, quote, we are forgotten. Let me tell you another story I read about in the Christian Science Monitor. In an article published 2 days ago, they wrote about a woman named Susan. That is not a real name. She asked to remain anonymous for fear of retribution at work. But her story is real and it is fully verifiable. Susan is a single mother. She has a teenage son. Next month, she will mark her 10th anniversary as a TSA employee. 10 years of showing up. 10 years of being the one who checks the bags, scans the boarding passes, and stands between the traveling public and whatever threats might be lurking. Before the longest government shutdown in American history last fall, the 43-day shutdown, Susan had finally paid off all of her debts, all of them. For a single working mother, that's pretty amazing. Susan went through years of sacrifice, years of careful budgeting, years of telling her son no or not yet. And she got there. She was debt-free. Then the fall shutdown came, and the one after that, and now this one. Today, 2 of Susan's credit cards are maxed out. She has 3/4 of a tank of gas left,
and enough of the food in the house to make it until yesterday. She has $1.15 in her bank account. Still, when talking to a reporter for the Christian Science Monitor, she said she was one of the more fortunate ones. She said, quote, "We just dig in and hope that we get paid before we get evicted and our cars get repossessed." Susan is still going to work every day. She's still showing up to protect the traveling public. She's doing it on empty pockets, on maxed out cards, on borrowed time. And she considers herself one of the lucky ones. Think about what that says about the people who are less fortunate than Susan. Democrat members of the United States Senate. These are our fellow citizens. These are patriotic people who made the decision to serve our federal government, and you are torturing them. Meanwhile, every Democrat senator who voted to start this shutdown is getting paid. Now, the average salary of a TSA agent is around $50,000, Mr. President. U.S. senators make $174,000. And while the folks at TSA are working-class Americans fighting every day to live their dreams, the average net worth for a Democrat in the Senate is nearly $3 million. I'm not here to shame those who have worked hard and been successful in life. I've worked my butt off during my life, and I've been very successful. And I don't apologize for a second. But in addition to donating my entire Senate salary every year, I'm also not the one sitting here today denying a paycheck to the more than 260,000 hardworking Americans at DHS. The last time the Democrats shut down the government and hurt our federal workers, one of my colleagues on the left said that he couldn't go without his Senate paycheck because he has a mortgage to pay. What the hell do you think the hardworking people at DHS have to do? They have bills to pay. They have mortgages. They have to pay the rent. They have to buy groceries. It makes you sick. It makes you sick to hear a member of the United States Senate who voted to not pay people say something so insulting. Imagine how it makes someone at TSA feel to hear that. A U.S. senator needs to get his paycheck to pay his mortgage, but if you're at DHS, good luck. I think that's disgusting. If Congress shuts down the government, members shouldn't get paid. I have a bill to make sure that's how it works. My No Budget, No Pay Act will keep everyone in this chamber from getting a paycheck if we can't provide them to the hardworking men and women who work in our federal government. There needs to be serious personal consequences for politicians that want to play games with people's lives and cut off their paychecks. We need to pass my No Budget, No Pay Act. After hearing about the suffering that Democrats have caused for the TSA agents, I talked about it earlier, how can anyone here oppose this? Sadly, the answer to that question is the same as the answer to the question of how we got here in the first place. I don't get it, but Democrats want to defund the police and shut down ICE and CBP. Why? Because the brave officers in these agencies are simply doing their jobs and enforcing existing U.S. law. Here's what happened. During the Biden administration, Democrats allowed the office and power of a mentally incapacitated president to be hijacked by unelected radical staffers. Once these staffers seized the levers of power without President Biden even realizing it, they opened our southern border and allowed, or actually encouraged, millions upon millions of illegal aliens to flood into the United States. They let criminals in, rapists, murderers, child abusers, drug dealers. They all flooded in. They let drugs pour in over the border and poison the American people. And my Democrat colleagues did nothing to stop it. It was a national disaster, and the American people saw that it was intentional and would ruin our nation. So they elected President Trump. They elected President Trump to take the White House and Republicans to take control of Congress because the American people knew we would clean up Biden's mess and secure the border. The agenda wasn't a surprise. President Trump ran on securing the border and getting criminal aliens, illegal aliens out of our country. It's probably the biggest reason they elected President Trump. Now that he's executed on that agenda, I don't get it, but Democrats can't stand it. He's doing all of their work to let illegal aliens flood across our border. He's doing it without passing any new laws. He's simply allowing ICE and CBP to do their jobs and enforce the laws that are already on the books. It's incredible what simply letting people do their jobs can accomplish. Now, because radical Democrat mayors and governors won't work with ICE, and in some cases are actively encouraging resistance against our federal law enforcement, there's been conflict. 2 Americans, Alex Priddy and Renee Good, lost their lives with incidents with federal agents. It's horrible. I wish it never happened in this country. My heart goes out to their families. If we didn't have illegal sanctuary cities and states, ICE would be able to peacefully detain individuals at jails. That's how we do it in Florida. We don't have issues with ICE. But there are liberal mayors and governors who want to put the concerns of illegal aliens over American citizens and American law enforcement. It doesn't make any sense to me. President Trump has made offer after offer to Democrats to address the concerns they have with ICE actions they have forced to happen. President Trump is trying to meet this moment with reasonable reforms to how ICE operates. He's even said he'll bring ICE agents to help our TSA agents. But Democrats aren't engaging. There are violent, illegal aliens in our country. We have to remove them. If you don't believe me, here are 3 names: Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Ngari, Laken Riley. Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Ngari, Laken Riley. A mother and a child and a college student. All murders. 3 lives that were shattered. 3 families that were devastated. Why? Because of the horrific violence caused by an illegal alien. These are the people that ICE is targeting. And in my mind, it's worth it. If ICE can save 1 person, if ICE can prevent another woman facing the same fate as Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Ngari, and Laken Riley, it's worth it. I don't get it, but Democrats insist on protecting illegal aliens with sanctuary policies while they spit in the faces of American law enforcement officers who risk their lives every single day to keep us safe. It's happening here just outside of Washington. Last month, a 40-year-old mother from Fredericksburg, Virginia, was stabbed to death. She was stabbed to death while standing at a bus stop in Fairfax County, Virginia. Her name was Stephanie Minter. On a Monday morning, a mother was ripped from her children by an illegal alien that officials in Virginia refused to let ICE deport. Stephanie's alleged killer had a long criminal record. He was a known violent criminal who Fairfax County described as being, quote, a danger to the community. But not only was he never handed over to ICE, he was let off the hook again and again. He had more than 30 arrests to his name and charges of malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft, firing a weapon, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Over and over, the charges were dropped and he was released. But this injustice in Fairfax County wasn't limited to the alleged killer who murdered Stephanie Minter. The Center for Immigration Studies found that from October 2022 through February 2025, the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center freed more than 1,000 deportable individuals in direct defiance of over 1,150 ICE detainers. Fairfax County ranked 3rd in the entire nation for refusing to honor ICE detainee requests. And soon, all of Virginia could follow suit. Because the same week that Stephanie Minter was murdered at that bus stop, new Governor Spanberger ordered the termination of all 287G agreements between state agency and ICE. Think about that for a second and ask yourself, how could this happen in America? Sadly, this is the reality facing Americans in Democrat cities, counties, and states. According to DHS, sanctuary jurisdictions across the country declined to honor 17,864 ICE detainer requests in 2025 alone, nearly 18,000 in 1 year. In California alone, over 4,500 criminal individuals have been released since January 2025, despite active ICE detainers. The crimes those individuals were associated with include homicides, assaults, burglaries, and sexual offenses. In New York, ICE has documented cases where individuals with records including rape, strangulation, and burglary were repeatedly released by sanctuary policies. First, Democrats passed sanctuary laws to protect violent illegals that they know their source-funded prosecutors won't go after. Now Democrats are trying to destroy ICE completely so that the very system of brave law enforcement officers, which was established to save the lives of individuals like Stephanie, Laken, Rachel, and Jocelyn, could no longer protect our families. Mr. President, I don't know why the Democrats want to defund our law enforcement. I don't understand why they want to watch as TSA agents suffer without pay. I don't know why Democrats are fine seeing Americans wait hours in line for a flight. The thing I struggle with the most is I don't know why the left is so hell-bent on protecting illegal aliens while letting a mother like Stephanie Mentor be stabbed to death at a bus stop. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it's time for Democrats to come to their senses and fund DHS. To the hardworking individuals at DHS, I'm sorry this is happening to you. You absolutely deserve to be paid and respected. You deserve a shot at the American dream. My heart goes out to you and your family. These individuals chose to take a job where every second of their professional life is spent protecting their fellow Americans and keeping their homeland safe. They didn't sign up to not get paid. When they agreed to take these jobs, the federal government made a deal with them that they would be provided for, and we are failing on our end of that agreement. Now, these people who are working full-time, dealing with long lines, very frustrated travelers, and long, brutal days, dead on their feet, many probably working overtime to protect us, are going home to empty refrigerators, overdue bills, and eviction notice because of my Democrat colleagues' political theater for illegal aliens. And if you look at some of the half measures Democrats have put forward to get themselves out of this situation, it's obvious. They do not care about whether TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard are paid, and they want to absolutely shut down ICE and CBP. That's just another way of saying they want to defund the police so they can hamstring our ability to enforce immigration laws. Again, not for the benefit of American citizens, but for the benefit of illegal aliens. Mr. President, I think we've had enough of this political theater. We've had enough of the hypocrisy. We need to make sure these individuals get paid. It's unfair to deny paychecks to our TSA agents and more than 200,000 other DHS workers. And we can't allow more heartbreaking stories like Alondra, Susan, Rachel, Jocelyn, Laken, and Stephanie. America is better than this. And I'm not going to stop fighting to these radical attempts and to put illegal aliens before American citizens. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I'm somewhat perplexed by the comments of my colleague because 6 times in the last week and a half, measures have been put forth on this floor that would pay TSA, would pay the Coast Guard, would pay FEMA, would pay CISA, and
his party blocked every one of them, and there was a vote just today that would have led to the funding of TSA, and I don't know how the gentleman voted, but I suspect he voted no. So this idea that somehow this side of the aisle is defunding and not voting for these other agencies is just not true. There have been 6, at least, in the last week and a half, motions to move forward with the funding of the non-ICE agencies. And each time, a representative of the party across the aisle has risen to object. So let's be clear, who's blocking funding for TSA? It's not over here. We're ready to fund it tonight. We had a vote a few hours ago that would have funded it. So let's be clear about who's blocking funding for TSA. It's right over here. The second piece is, why are we talking about ICE? If ICE, as the senator suggested, was talking about criminal aliens, we wouldn't be here having this debate. The problem is that's not what's happening. In my state of Maine, in Portland, we had an ICE surge back in January and February, similar to what happened in Minneapolis. It wasn't as large, it wasn't as violent, but it was nonetheless a similar kind of surge where a lot of agents came in and a lot of arrests were made. We've had a hard time getting the actual data, but here's what we do know. Over 200 people were arrested or detained, many of whom were sent far away to Louisiana or Texas or somewhere else. But the website, I just looked it up. DHS actually has a website called The Worst of the Worst, where they give you the picture and the name and the crime of the people that they've arrested to demonstrate that, in fact, this is what they're doing. Here's the problem. What we know is they arrested or detained somewhat over 200 people, and the DHS Worst of the Worst website lists 21. That's 10%. Who are the other 90%? I can tell you from knowing from my constituents, a lot of them were people who were asylum seekers, who were paying taxes, who were working, people who were refugees. One guy was approved to be a prison guard in our local county jail. So if it were the worst of the worst, and the senator kept using terms like criminal illegal aliens, and he gave these horrible cases, if that was what ICE was doing, we wouldn't have a problem. The problem is the untargeted mass searching and picking up people because of their accent or because of their color. That's what we're talking about here, and that's what we should be focused upon. And indeed, there are discussions going on right now to try to find some resolution. By the way, nobody's talking about defunding ICE. Nobody that I've heard of is talking about defunding DHS or defunding the police. We're talking about guardrails applied to ICE similar to the guardrails and the codes of conduct that apply to every police force in America. I suspect the city of Miami has a code of conduct that talks about how do you respond to use of force, when warrants are required. They may also have something about identification. Those are the kinds of things that we're talking about. We're talking about guardrails. We're not talking about defunding anybody. So let's be honest with the American people about what this debate is about. And I believe deeply, I understand about TSA and the Coast Guard, which is very important to my state. They should be getting paid. And that's why, starting several weeks ago, this side of the aisle has brought forward unanimous consent agreements that would have funded those agencies only to be objected to. And if we could go have one of those unanimous consent agreements tonight or tomorrow, we can get those agencies funded right away and then focus on what the issue is that divides us. And there are discussions going on with your colleagues and with the White House to try to resolve some of those issues. But let's not talk about how, and I'm an independent, although I caucus with these guys, but let's not talk about the Democrats are shutting down TSA. The Democrats are moving to fund TSA and are being blocked by the other side. So let's be clear about what's going on here. And if we can solve and we can fund those other agencies, which we should, I agree, And then we can talk about guardrails for ICE and putting them under the same kind of reasonable constraints of every other law enforcement agency in the country. In my whole life, I have never seen a law enforcement agency that wears masks. Why do they wear masks? Because it's intimidating. It puts people in fear, citizens in fear, and it also, Mr. President, gives a license to the person with the mask on to act not in the public interest. It emboldens somebody to use the force that they have. And I understand about doxing, and we can have a law, we can pass a statute making doxing of these agents illegal and a crime, and a serious crime. I understand that. I've got a draft of that here, of that law. And I think that should be part of our discussion. But I think we really should be talking about what is it that we're trying to resolve here with regard to the guardrails on ICE. And the original communication from the minority leader and the minority leader in the House said nothing about defunding. They talked about what are the restrictions that we need to talk about. Warrants. This is Constitution 101. You don't break down somebody's door without a warrant unless there are certain exigent circumstances. The President's a constitutional scholar. He understands the Fourth Amendment. But those are the kinds of things that we need to be talking about, not should we be paying TSA officers. Of course we should. So let's vote it. Let's do it. Let's put it on the floor and get that done tonight or tomorrow, and then we can focus on the issue that's before us. So I just believe that this body ought to be coming together and talking about the real issues and trying to resolve them and not having collateral damage of these other agencies. For myself, given what happened in Maine and what happened in Minnesota, I cannot vote for a budget that leaves ICE rampant without the guardrails that apply to every other police force in the United States. I can't in good conscience do that. And that's why I'm voting to move forward with funding of the other agencies, but to focus on ICE, to try to get some reasonable guardrails, and we are negotiating and working toward those. But in the meantime, let's pay the TSA people, let's pay the Coast Guard, let's pay CISA, let's pay FEMA. I get that. But let's be clear about who's blocking that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
So let's remember who shut down Homeland Security. Democrats shut down Homeland Security. They voted to shut down Homeland Security. They wouldn't fund it. And they funded because they don't want ICE to be able to do their job. And it's a problem that Democrats caused because the border was completely open for 4 years. So if we do one part and don't do the rest, we know what's going to happen. ICE will never get funded. And with regard to masks, law enforcement does use masks because they have to protect their privacy sometimes. There is doxing going on. I mean, think about it. All of us have security, probably. I've been swatted. Maybe you have been. My colleagues have been swatted. And think about these agents. They don't have security at home when their family's at home. And there's websites out there that when they find a picture of an ICE agent, they're putting it up on these websites to try to intimidate their families, intimidate their kids. So, sure, I think we ought to always have reasonable restrictions on how law enforcement works. But ICE is busting their butt to solve a problem that was caused by 4 years of completely open borders that nobody on the Democrat side wanted to talk about. And now ICE is trying to do this job and clean up a mess. Then all of a sudden now the Democrats want to put all these rules on them that they can't even do their job. So that doesn't make any sense. And I want to tell my colleague, I mean, the White House proposed things, and for so many weeks, Democrats didn't come back with any proposal. So I'm glad there's conversations going on now, but in the meantime, all these TS agents haven't gotten paid. Some ICE agents are not getting paid. This is completely unfair.
Mr. President, let the record show that a real debate broke out for a few minutes on the floor of the United States Senate.
President.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Sunday, March 22nd, that following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders to be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume the House message with respect to S. 1383.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information of my colleagues, we expect a cloture motion on the Mullen nomination at 1 p.m. tomorrow. That will be a vote. If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it be a stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Lee, King, Kim, and Blumenthal.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, we've had more discussions today on a number of topics. One of the topics that has commanded a lot of today's discussion is the bill that is now pending before the United States Senate, the Save America Act. There have been more assertions made on this bill today than there have in the past, and so I need to address each one of those points, particularly those that have not been refuted, or at least adequately refuted today in connection with these debates. While it's difficult to know exactly where to begin, I'm going to begin before I refute these, just with a generalized statement up front that will facilitate my ability to refute the scurrilous and false arguments that have been made against this bill. Now, although some of these arguments have been mingled with truth, they are almost entirely false. Built on lies, built on blatant mischaracterization of the legislative text now pending before the Senate, based on a mischaracterization of the legal status quo and the effect of existing laws, based on mischaracterizations of the Constitution, based on mischaracterizations of the individual motives of lawmakers in this body, something that we're not supposed to call into question, but that has been called into question on a number of occasions today. So first, as to the general backdrop against which we are operating, we remember that the whole purpose of the Save America Act is to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We remember the fact that the purpose of the Save America Act is to do this through a two-step mechanism, one that focuses on requiring proof of citizenship at the time of voter registration, and another that requires photo ID at the time and place of voting. The whole reason that this law became necessary, that this bill, this legislative project, came into existence about 2.5 years ago, was that Congressman Chip Roy and I, Congressman Roy comes from Texas, he and I were talking, and having been informed by some experts in this area, we pieced together a number of features, legal, factual, historical developments that have converged into one, producing a massive gap in our election security. Remember that the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 has been interpreted by the Supreme Court in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona as prohibiting the states from doing any follow-up to verify, to confirm, or refute someone's citizenship. Although federal law does, in fact, as has been noted repeatedly today on the floor of the Senate, it does, in fact, require that you be a U.S. citizen to vote in a federal election. That doesn't enforce itself. And in fact, that criminal prohibition against non-citizen voting in federal elections has become more or less impossible to enforce because non-citizen voting is nearly impossible to detect under the status quo. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona in 2013, the states can't ask for proof of citizenship for anyone who registers to vote at a DMV through an NVRA form at a DMV while applying for a driver's license and simultaneously going through the process of registering to vote. And remember, all you have to do with an NVRA form at the DMV while you're applying for a driver's license is check one box saying, yes, I would like simultaneously to register to vote. The only further act is to sign your name, certifying that you are, in fact, eligible to vote. That is the end of the inquiry, and there can be no more inquiry, and that is part of what's causing so much of a problem. Now, decades ago, there were simply fewer non-citizens in the United States. In many instances, it was difficult to get a driver's license if you were a non-citizen, especially if you were an illegal immigrant. And that, too, has changed. We've now got 30 million plus non-citizens in this country. We've got 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants in this country, specifically illegal immigrants who arrived between that 4-year period between January 20th of 2021, the day President Biden took office, and January 20th, 2025, the day President Trump became president for the second time. This veritable flood of illegal immigration, a mass-scale border invasion invited by the Biden administration, contrary to our laws, brought these circumstances about. And by doing that, so when you merge that with the fact that we've got a lot of non-citizens here generally, coupled with the fact that it's impossible for the state to ask for any type of proof of citizenship for someone registering to vote at a DMV through an NVRA supplied form, you've got a recipe for disaster. A recipe for disaster that we've never had previously in this country. All right, so as to the arguments, they're picking apart arguments with it. Now, these arguments, first of all, are themselves at odds with how the American people approach this. The American people understand that it's not that big of a deal. It's not the end of the world. It's certainly not Armageddon to suggest that somebody ought to show who they are and that they have the right to do what they want to do. To establish that they are citizens when they register to vote, to establish on the day of voting at the polling location that they are the person indicated on the voter registration file. The American people overwhelmingly understand and accept the fact that this isn't that big of a deal. Sure, it might be an incremental burden for some, but it's not going to be a problem, and it's a problem that Americans are used to dealing with. You don't go to the bank or to the pharmacy or to the doctor's office or to a hospital. You don't apply for a hunting license or a fishing license. You don't buy a gun. You don't go through TSA and travel. You don't do any of these things and much, much more without being able to prove who you are and that you have the right to do the thing that you were about to do. And the same is true at the Oscars, the Grammys, the Emmys, the Super Bowl, and the Democratic National Convention. You cannot get into and participate in the Democratic National Convention unless you show up with voter ID and credentials. What else is like that? Oh, yes, I know, the United States Senate. You can't come to the United States Senate. You can't cast a vote in the United States Senate. You certainly can't make it into this chamber without ID and without credentials establishing that you have the right to be here as a senator, the right to vote as a senator, to make laws as a senator. Every one of us have had to go through this over and over again, not just when we vote or do any of the other things that I mentioned, but when we register as candidates, we got to show who we are and that we're eligible to run for the United States Senate, that we meet the constitutional requirements for service in the United States Senate. We got to show our ID again when we vote, and then even after we win our elections, if we are so fortunate, as those of us serving this body have been, you still have to show up and produce an ID on a couple of different occasions. You have to show your ID and your birth certificate or a U.S. passport in order to establish your citizenship just as you would with any other job. Remember, every American citizen who has any job as an employee in the United States of America has to establish their citizenship. They have to do that by either showing a U.S. passport that establishes citizenship or alternatively a birth certificate and a photo ID. So we've got to do that here just like any other government employee, any other private sector employee in America. But as senators, we also have to show up with other documentation, in addition to showing that we are who we claim to be, and that we are that person who claims to have been elected to the United States Senate in the most recent senatorial election. We also have to show up and have the benefit of an election certificate by our chief elections officer, Secretary of State, or Lieutenant Governor in most states, to establish that we are eligible to participate here. So this is no different. And the Democratic National Convention, Republican National Convention as well. These are not unusual standards or requirements. And so let's get on to these arguments. Over and over and over again, and we heard this both from the senior senator from Rhode Island and from the junior senator from Rhode Island, among others, over the last few days. We're being told this would bring about a massive campaign of voter disenfranchisement. Let's remember what disenfranchisement means. In this context, it means you're taking people who can vote today and making it so that they can't vote tomorrow. This is an argument conceived and held by the devil himself because it's just utterly false. There is not a scintilla of truth to this. You could try to breathe life into it by adding inference upon inference, taking different statements out of context. You would still be lying if you were making this argument because there's nothing about it that it disenfranchises anyone. If anything, Madam President, what this would do is this would prevent the disenfranchisement of actual U.S. citizens by those who are not citizens of our country, by those who, whether through mistake or more likely fraud, may register to vote, notwithstanding the fact that they're not eligible to do this. The modern left has become obsessed with what they consider victimless crimes. We hear about this from the modern left all the time, and we've heard about that in this very chamber this very day. They approach non-citizen voting as if it were such a minor thing, not only in terms of the numbers, the frequency or infrequency with which it occurs, but also that if it does happen, let's not worry about it. Remember, our mantra is, let's make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Their mantra appears to be, let's make it easy to vote and screw the rest. We don't care. Easy to vote. When you focus obsessively on easy to vote to the exclusion of all other things, you're not just increasing marginally the risk of voter fraud, something that they claim doesn't exist, and that we have invented into existence because of our own tendencies toward paranoid fantasy. But they're also ignoring the fact that when we allow that to happen, we are disenfranchising actual American citizens because their vote matters less. Their vote can be canceled out entirely by 1 or more, or 1,000 or more, or 10,000 or more people who vote in the same jurisdiction who might not be eligible to do so. So yes, it matters. And this is not disenfranchisement. It's a little bit like saying you're excluding entire categories of people by requiring them to prove who they are when they start a job, something that we all have to do every time we start a job. And somehow the American economy continues to function. Somehow men, women, people of every race and combination of races imaginable in America do every single day. Most of us do that many times in a single career. We start a new job, we prove who we are. When we go to the DMV, we have to prove who we are. When we get pulled over in our car, we prove who we are. Why is this any different? Well, they say, well, it's a constitutionally protected right. Darn right it is. And it's our job to make sure that that is protected. But the fact that it's a constitutionally protected right in no way, shape, or form means that we have to make it easy to vote and screw the rest. Let's let them cheat. That's not a rational conclusion. Unless, of course, your objective is to facilitate non-citizen fraudulent voting in our elections to the disenfranchisement of actual American citizens who are there to vote. This is not a victimless crime. And shame on my colleagues for suggesting otherwise. We also heard, this one was from the junior senator from Rhode Island, and we heard it multiple times, not only from him, but from the senior senator from Rhode Island, that it requires a passport to vote under the Save America Act. This is not just a lie, this is a damned lie. Because the plain black and white text of the bill makes very clear that there are a zillion ways that you can prove your citizenship. Now, there are a couple of them that are easy, that are familiar, that roll off the tongue because we use them elsewhere. Like, for example, providing a U.S. passport that establishes citizenship on its own. And like showing up with a birth certificate and a government-issued photo ID. That'll do it too. Those are the documents we use in the employment context under the I-9 form. But there's a whole lot of other stuff we've added to this one. For example, there are certain types of driver's licenses. I don't mean Real ID, because there are a lot of Real ID driver's licenses that are issued to citizen and non-citizen alike. That's become a point of confusion. There's a subcategory of Real ID driver's licenses known as the enhanced driver's license, issued by some states to some people that contain indicia on the face of the driver's license that it will establish citizenship. There are, as I understand it, some tribal identification papers that will also establish U.S. citizenship. Not all of them, but some of them do. There are a handful of other things that will do that. But, Madam President, in addition to all these mechanisms, you can also show up without a single document in hand. If you don't have them, you can't find them, you lost them, your house burned down, whatever it is, you can show up and you can fill out an affidavit, a sworn affidavit saying, I, Mike Lee, swear under penalty of perjury that I am a citizen of the United States, and this is where I was born. If you're a natural-born citizen, as I am, as I think most of us here are, I was a citizen as of the moment of my birth by virtue of the circumstances of my birth when I was born on June 4th, 1971 in Mesa, Arizona, to U.S. citizen parents. If you are not and those are the basic facts, you outline the basic facts of how it is that you became a natural-born citizen, enough facts so that the state election official knows what to look for, knows where to look, and can confirm or refute the existence of your citizenship as a natural-born citizen. You shift the burden onto the state. It doesn't cost you a dime. It doesn't even have to take more than a few minutes to show up and provide that information. Now, some might say, well, that too is a step. Well, yeah, there are a lot of steps in a lot of things, and it's what we do to make sure that the vote matters, to make sure that the vote isn't being just completely left open to fraud and manipulation. If you take the easy to vote nonsense far enough, and you don't couple it with anything that makes it hard to cheat, you really are just inviting and in fact guaranteeing fraud. You're guaranteeing effective disenfranchisement, nullification of U.S. citizen voting, and often facilitating foreign election interference, something that my Democratic colleagues claimed for years to be obsessively concerned about. And now, nah, let's not worry about it. We just want to make it easy to vote. So it's not true to say that you've got to have a passport to vote. One of the reasons why they like to make this argument, as dishonest as that argument is because passports, of course, are something that not everybody has. Some Americans do, but some don't. Some don't travel enough for it to matter, and if and when they need to travel outside the United States, they'll get one. And it's expensive. Costs a couple $100 to get a passport. All of us as senators have had a lot of experience helping our constituents get passports. Every one of us has had the experience, not just once or twice, but often once or twice a day, where we get a call from a constituent saying, I'm supposed to be boarding a plane, I'm on my way to London or Yemen or Tokyo or wherever it is, and I can't find my passport or it has expired, and we walk them through the process of doing it. It does have some expense involved, and there are often delays involved in getting one, but if you've got one, it can be helpful. But the reason they like to use that argument, falsely claiming over and over and over again for the last 4 days in a row that you've got to have a passport to register to vote under the Save America Act is because they like the fact that there is a cost associated with a passport, and they can use that to make one of the other spurious arguments, which is that this is a poll tax. Well, of course, Madam President, we outlawed poll taxes more than 60 years ago by constitutional amendment. And of course, this is not a poll tax because you need not shell out a dime. A poll tax is something that you have to pay for in order to have the right to vote. This is not that. Nothing like that. All right, next point. My colleagues continue to argue that every part of this is so fraught with peril, including the very basic element, so fraught with peril, including the very basic elements of what, under this law, the states would need to do to coordinate with and share voter registration data with the relevant federal agencies, primarily those within the Department of Homeland Security who operate the already existing SAVE database, so that this coordination can occur between state elections officials, those who maintain their voter rolls, and the federal personnel who maintain this database. The argument that they're making is that even those parts, even the sharing of data between state officials and federal officials, just to make sure that we don't have non-citizens voting, because some of that's going to happen. Particularly with this many non-citizens in the country, the ease of going into a DMV and applying for a driver's license and simultaneously checking a box and signing your name to register for to vote. Given how easy it has become to do that, it is an absolute certainty that you're going to have a number of people who are not citizens who are registered to vote. Now, some of them might be doing it deliberately. I suspect there are quite a few who might do it inadvertently. There may be language barriers involved, and they think they're supposed to check that box and they'll sign their name. They might not know entirely what they're doing, or they might not have a complete understanding that whatever their immigration status is, it doesn't allow them to vote. The point is this: it is a known fact that we have a lot of registered voters in this country who are non-citizens. Let's talk about how we know that. In the first instance, we've got a small handful of states, but a growing number of states that have begun a systematic review of their own voter registration files. And they have shared their voter registration file data with the individuals and agencies within the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C., to figure out who's a citizen and who's not. Those that have done this have found many thousands of non-citizens in their voter files so far. My hat goes off to those who have done it. This is the responsible citizen thing to do. And they've gone through the process of figuring out how to correct the errors. So some of them have found out that way. Others, as is the case, for example, with the state of Oklahoma, a general phenomenon that occurs all over the place, but in Oklahoma, they have a law designed specifically for this situation. Remember, Madam President, when you are summoned to show up for jury duty, that happens through a random selection of names from voter registration files in the jurisdiction in which potential jurors are drawn. So nobody should be summoned for jury duty unless they're on a list of registered voters. And when registered voters show up for jury duty, with some regularity, they will stand up and they'll say, hey, I'm not a citizen, and I therefore cannot serve as a juror. Now, there are all kinds of reasons. I've seen this happen as a lawyer many times. People get summoned for jury duty. Some of them will look for excuses not to do it. Some are really good reasons, others less so. You hear people joke about different ways they could avoid it. I've heard people joke about showing up and saying, you know, I believe in jury nullification, that the jury can do whatever it wants without regard to the law, it doesn't matter, it's all our choice, and some say that that's a way to avoid it. I don't encourage that. Others will say, well, there was this great episode of the sitcom 30 Rock years ago where I believe Liz Lemon, the main character of the show, showed up for jury duty while dressed as Princess Leia, and with just as many indicators that she was really weird as possible, hoping that some of the lawyers would exclude her, perhaps using one of their peremptory challenges to get over it. Others still might show up and fraudulently claim that they are not citizens when in fact they are citizens. So in Oklahoma, in order to ferret this out, they passed a law and said, all right, if you show up for jury duty, having been summoned to show up as a potential juror, and you claim that you cannot serve because you are not a citizen, we're going to check. We're going to check to see if you are in fact a citizen. Because if you're not a citizen, you shouldn't have registered to vote, and that's one kind of a problem, and we're going to need to remove you from the voter registration files. If you are in fact a registered voter in our state, then you have just stated under penalty of perjury in order to escape jury duty that you are not a citizen when in fact you are. That is also a problem. Look, it's much better. Don't lie. If you really won't want to do that, show up dressed as Princess Leia or as Chewbacca or something like that. That's probably a better point. I don't recommend that either. Just do your duty as a citizen. Those states that have adopted procedures like that, whether in the form of a formal law, like Oklahoma, or as is the case in Michigan, just they've adopted a practice when they assemble those names, they run them through, and inevitably they find a whole bunch of them were in fact not citizens, and then they can remove them. In other states still, there are 4 or 5 states and the District of Columbia in which they openly admit that they register non-citizens to vote, because in some local elections within those jurisdictions, they allow non-citizens to vote. It's a terrible idea. I don't know why they would want to do that, but they do. There's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that prohibits it in a state or local election, and as long as there's nothing in state law or in the applicable state constitution that prohibits it, they're free to do so, and some of them have. Some of them do. Foolish as it is, they do it anyway. Curiously, in those states, when U.S. federal authorities have asked them to explain how it is that they deal with the problem of voter registration files consisting of people who are allowed to participate in certain local elections as non-citizens, how do they prevent those same voters who are not citizens but registered to vote from casting votes with a normal ballot as for federal offices like U.S. House of Representatives or U.S. Senate? Every time that question has been asked, they go silent. They won't say a thing, and then they refuse to cooperate. Now, a few minutes ago, I referred to a number of states that have on their own, just because they're good citizens, they've taken advantage of the SAFE database within the Department of Homeland Security. They've shared their data, usually having entered into a memorandum of understanding between the state and DHS beforehand. And then they say, hey, run the numbers. Show us where we've got people in there that we shouldn't have. To their great credit, they've done that. But there are a whole bunch of other states that adamantly refuse. Most so-called blue states, states with Democrat legislatures and or Democrat governors, have been refusing to do that. And so they have no idea, or at least we have no idea, how many non-citizens might be registered to vote in those states. So this is kind of a problem. Anyway, back to the argument made, I believe, by both of the Rhode Island senators. Boy, the Rhode Island senators sure had a lot to say today. They just didn't have a lot of good things to say about the Save America Act. And by good things, I don't mean that they were criticizing it. I mean they were using really bad arguments that are not rooted in truth and that are made with either knowledge of their falsity or reckless disregard as to their truthfulness. So this is where it gets interesting. They argued, we can't even trust the states. The states can't even trust the Department of Homeland Security or anyone in the Trump administration with that data that under the Save America Act they would be required to supply to the Department of Homeland Security for this review. We can't. Why? Well, the argument, they use a lot more words to say it, but it basically boils down to 3 words: Orange Man Bad. Now, that's not a good reason. That's a lame-ass argument to get to a very simple point. They're saying, we don't trust the U.S. government with data because some of it contains personally identifying information. Well, Madam President, welcome to the U.S. government. They know everything about us. There is no fact that they do not have on us, on every American citizen. Like it or not, we do everything we can, and we do everything we can in this legislation to make sure that privacy is respected. But with or without that information being handed over by a state election official to the Department of Homeland Security for the sole purpose of ascertaining voter eligibility, it does nothing to maximize or further protect the privacy of the American people. Nor are my Democratic colleagues saying or even suggesting in any way, shape, or form that they want to undo all the thousands, or not millions, of other instances, areas in which they collect a whole lot of data, including a whole lot of personally identifying data on U.S. citizens. So they're just hyper-focusing on this one, where, by the way, the ease and simplicity of protecting the privacy and the personal information of individual U.S. citizens is far easier than it is in the context of the IRS or of the financial transactions or everything else that the U.S. government keeps track of. So this strikes me as pretextual, and of course pretextual is a fancy word for, it's a cheap excuse for the real reason. Now maybe we'll get to the real reason in a minute. Let's just say that they're opposing this for a reason, but none of the reasons that they are offering pass muster. Not one of them can withstand scrutiny. So their argument that Trump bad equals no state should have to share its data, even where necessary, in order to weed out fraud in federal elections. That argument isn't good. That argument is basically saying, we don't want our states to have to do that because we're pretty sure that our states have registered a whole bunch of non-citizen voters, and we don't want to have to give them up. From day one, when they talk about this, even before debate began in the Senate, my Democrat colleagues have been arguing that anyone whose name would likely trigger alarm bells through the processes established by the Save America Act, warranting their removal based on their status as non-citizens. It said that anyone who would likely be removed from the voter registration files would be more likely to be a Democrat than a Republican, and that would be bad for us. They've literally said this. Now, they're careful not to say because they're non-citizens, but that's the reason, that's the only reason you'd be removed through this framework, is if they're non-citizens. And so when they say over and over again, this is going to disenfranchise people, it's going to take away their vote. Well, yeah, if you're a non-citizen, but if you're not, it's not going to. And so this process that they go through in defending the status quo and in saying that Armageddon will be upon us if we require people to show up with a photo ID when they vote, to show that they're citizens when they register to vote, and that the states are going to share their data on their voter registration files with the Department of Homeland Security just to make sure that they are, in fact, not voting in U.S. elections as non-citizens. When they object that strongly to it, it makes you wonder why they're so upset. And I think the question answers itself. It speaks for itself when they freak out over something like this. They have no problem with any of the other myriad areas in which voter ID is required or photo ID is required. In fact, Madam President, in the last Congress, when President Biden was still in office and when the Democrats had the majority in this chamber, we're talking just a little over a year ago, Every Democrat in the Senate then joined in and supported legislation that contained a voter ID element. So the voter ID component of it is, most of them have said they're okay with it. And then when we tried to offer that one up and pass it by unanimous consent at the motion of our friend and distinguished colleague, the junior senator from Ohio, who's got probably more knowledge of how elections work and state election systems operate than any other member of the House or Senate, past, present, or future. This guy is sort of he's the Einstein of election systems. So he offered that up, accepting at face value our Democrat colleagues' repeated insistence that they don't have a problem with voter ID requirements, and it still drew an objection. Now, it drew an objection that made no sense because the objection articulated had nothing to do with voter ID. At least that's how I heard it. So that was kind of an issue. All right, next argument. This one came specifically from the junior senator from Rhode Island, who, if I've got this right, falsely claimed that the Supreme Court of the United States has said that it's unconstitutional to ask a registering voter for proof of citizenship. Now, if I misunderstood that, I hope and expect to be corrected, but I don't think I did. I think that was the argument, and if that was the argument, that argument is a lie. It is absolutely false. It is not only guilty of being false, it is innocent of being true. The Supreme Court ruling to which he's referring is this case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. Now, it was wrongly decided, but it's conclusive nonetheless. The majority opinion reached this conclusion. It did not say it's unconstitutional to ask a registering voter for proof of citizenship. Far from it. It said that based on the text of the 1993 NVRA as passed by Congress, that the text, as a matter of statutory interpretation, preempts, prohibits any state using the NVRA form at a DMV from asking any driver's license applicant simultaneously registering to vote to also establish citizenship. That, Madam President, is a statutory conclusion, one that we are free to change. It is not a constitutional mandate. It is far from a constitutional mandate. Now, if that's what my friend and colleague, the distinguished junior senator from Rhode Island, meant to say, then he is just plain wrong. But by saying that, he's suggesting that we are powerless, absent a constitutional amendment, from requiring any registering voter to provide proof of citizenship, which would make no sense, by the way. I mean, given how many times you're required elsewhere in federal law, to say nothing of state law, but even just in federal law, to establish who you are and that you are a U.S. citizen. Now, for example, you have to do that in the I-9 every time you start a new job. Every American has to do that, or you can't start the job. You also have to do it when you apply for a passport. And then there are related issues of proof that you have to do in many, many other circumstances. If you want to buy a firearm, you go into a federally licensed firearms dealer, you have to provide a photo ID. You then have to go through a background check. You have to show who you are. Now, to this, the Democrats say, oh, but this is a constitutionally protected right. You've got a constitutionally protected right to vote. True. There are multiple provisions of the U.S. Constitution that in different ways protect your right to vote. Yes, it is constitutionally protected. So too, Madam President, are a whole lot of other things. So too is your right to travel. And yet your right to travel is not unqualified. If you want to travel in and out of the United States, then you're going to have to get a passport. If you want to travel between two states or even two cities through commercial air travel, You're at a minimum going to have to show a driver's license. And yet, the right to travel is constitutionally protected. The right to bear arms is constitutionally protected, as is the right to vote. So the fact that something is constitutionally protected doesn't mean that there are and can be no guardrails around that to make sure that you are a person who is allowed to exercise the constitutionally protected right in question. That never has been the case, and it never will be the case. You still don't escape the need to establish who you are and that you have that right. Next comes the argument made repeatedly by both the junior senator from Rhode Island and the senior senator from Rhode Island that this will somehow disenfranchise women. This has to be one of the dumbest arguments that I have ever heard, not just in connection with this bill, with the Save America Act, Madam President, but with any bill ever debated in the 15 and a half years I've been in the United States Senate. I find it utterly offensive to suggest that women just can't possibly be expected to get their stuff together enough to establish who they are, that they're citizens. Or, as the argument goes, women who get married and change their name upon getting married are never, ever going to be able to prove who they are after they change their name, because after all, their parents couldn't have known what their married name would be when they were born, so we just can't pass this law. This is really, really dumb. I mean, first of all, we have a lot of women serving the United States Senate, every one of whom had to prove their citizenship, had to establish their election certificate, and many of whom have been married and changed their name in connection with that. And it's not just the women at the United States Senate, it's all women everywhere. And I know a lot of women. I have 5 sisters, Madam President. My wife also has 5 sisters. Between us, that's 10 sisters. That is a lot of sisters. Every damn one of them knows how to establish who they are and that they are entitled to vote. This is not a problem. And they're all married, and they all have married names that were different than the name listed on their birth certificate. It is not a problem. And it's not just my family that's like that. I would imagine that Madam President's family is the same way. Women are no less capable than men of establishing who they are and supplying the necessary documentation. Now, of course, what they say is, well, but what if they did? What if they did get married? And what if they can find all the other pieces of documentation? Maybe their maiden name is still on a passport if they have one, and their maiden name would obviously be used on their birth certificate. Well, that's not a problem either. For the same reason, Madam President, that's not a problem if you don't have any documentation. I mean, it's best if you've got the normal documentation, because it's going to save the state governments a whole lot of trouble under this bill. Makes it a lot easier for them if you just show up with the right documentation, which most people have. But if you don't, that's okay. We've made that okay too. You just have to do an attestation, a short paragraph outlining who you are, when, where you were born, how you became a citizen, whether you were a citizen as of the moment of your birth by virtue of the circumstances surrounding your birth, or whether you were naturalized, and if so, when, where, and how. It's not hard. You could write that out. Any American could write out that information in minutes to make sure that my handwriting is neat enough. And even then, it's a jump ball. It's an open question. But I'm pretty sure I'd be okay. Every single time we bring this up, they refuse to acknowledge the language in the statute, in the bill. Page 12, line 22, and the text that follows from it makes very clear that if you're missing any of that documentation, let's say you are a married woman whose birth certificate, whose passport, whose other documentation uses only your maiden name, not your married name, you can't find your marriage certificate. By the way, if you can find it, that's conclusive proof of the name change. You don't have to worry about it at all. But let's say you can't find the marriage certificate, you've got everything else, then you swear out a brief affidavit. I got married on July such and such of such and such a year, and I married so-and-so. His name is Jones. My maiden name was Smith, so I changed it from Smith to Jones. You're done. That's it. From that moment forward, whether you're missing one document or all documents, you fill out the affidavit, you hand it over to the state election official, they'll ask any follow-up questions they need, and from that moment forward, the burden is off your shoulders The burden is shifted to the state authorities, whose job it is to confirm or refute your citizenship or lack thereof. States, remember, have access to all kinds of information. Birth certificates issued in that state. I believe many, if not most, if not all states, have reciprocal arrangements with other states where they can confirm, refute information on each other's databases about birth, death, records, and so forth. This is not hard. And yet they refuse to acknowledge that language. They just go on over and over again saying, oh, you're going to disenfranchise women. Look, the American people don't buy it. And the American people know that when you raise bullcrap arguments over and over and over again, you're not taking the American people seriously, especially when you insult their intelligence and their competence by saying that vast swaths of people, and I've heard everything under the book, you name it, heard it stated with regard to rural Americans as opposed to more urban Americans or suburban Americans, people of certain ethnic or racial backgrounds, men, women, old people, young people. They tried to otherize just about everybody imaginable and say that certain subgroups will somehow be disenfranchised, disadvantaged. This is all nonsense, and it all ignores the same central feature in the bill that makes this tremendously easy. All right, next argument that they both make, fees. You've got to pay fees somehow to vote. This gets back to their poll tax argument. Utter lie, built on paranoid fantasy, conceived and held by the devil himself to make these arguments over and over again to scare people. Now, this really has to stop at some point or another. At times, they start to argue against the photo ID point minimally, and then they remember that many, if not most of them, at one point or another, including some in the last few days, have said they're okay with photo ID, and so they don't argue with that one too much. But at the same time, they don't own up to the fact that every Democrat in here in the last Congress was, I believe, a co-sponsor of legislation that contained an ID requirement. Now, it was a little bit different than this one. The biggest difference was that it wasn't quite as tight, but there was a type of ID requirement in that bill. It's not that different. Now, it kept arguing also that this would disproportionately burden citizen voters, that it would be citizens that really would have to worry, and that this would end up resulting in the disenfranchisement of lots and lots of citizens. The senior senator from Rhode Island even went so far as to say, a couple of things. I mean, I had to listen carefully when he started to say this because I thought he was joking at first, or I hoped I was misunderstanding him. He started to theorize that, back to this point that Orange Man bad, so none of this can happen. We hate Trump. We can't trust Trump or anybody in his administration. Therefore, we're going to just say that all of it is unacceptable. He was saying that if this law passes, we can expect that the Trump administration might just willy-nilly cancel the voter registration files of anyone they felt like canceling. Somebody looked like they might not be a Trump voter, or something bothered them about this or that person, they might just willy-nilly say, when in doubt, throw them out. The senior senator from Rhode Island even went a step further in a way that pained me to hear because it's so absurd. He said it's even something we should have to worry about, that the Trump administration could go in and just cancel all the voter registration files in an entire state. Hey, this is nonsense. That not only is that absurd to think that they would do that, to think they could get away with it, it's utterly at odds with the text of the legislation. Nothing in the legislation would allow them to do that under any circumstance other than where, having received the data from the states, they run it through their database and they identify voters 1 through 5,000, whatever, or however many there are. Even at that point, they're not removed. The state then does its job of going back through, and if the state believes that the federal authorities got it wrong, they can push back on that. The U.S. government, under this regime, wouldn't have the authority to just go in and say, he's gone, she's gone, get rid of this file, get rid of that file. They could flag things for the states, and it would be up to the states ultimately to remove them, but it's a collaborative, iterative process. It's not one in which they could go in and just say, this guy bothers me, get rid of him, or cancel all the voter registrations in an entire state. I mean, let's be realistic. That is not realistic, and it is absurd to argue, because it is utterly false that this bill, if it were signed into law, would have that effect. It's just a lie. Okay, next. The senior senator from Rhode Island had a real doozy with this one. He said, you know, after doubting whether any of this occurs, let's not bicker and argue about who might be registered to vote as a non-citizen. It probably doesn't happen ever. If it does, it's only a little. Well, that's cold comfort to anyone in a jurisdiction that has ever experienced what happens when there's a close election and somebody wins by just a handful of votes. It's cold comfort to say, well, there are only a few non-citizens fraudulently voting. But separate and apart from that, he was saying the best way that we can handle this is just enforce existing law. You know how absurd that is? You know how sophomoric, shallow, simple-minded that is? Not to mention reckless and utterly dishonest that is. Let's work that through for a minute. What does that mean, enforce existing law? This is like the candidates who run for office by saying, I know how I will balance the federal budget. Just eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh, gosh, we didn't think of that before. The difficulty lies in identifying it. You have to be able to identify the waste, fraud, and abuse, which we should do a better job doing than we do. It's one of the reasons why we had systems like Doge, why we have things like rescissions packages. Wish we did them more often and more aggressively, but it's why we have them. It is not as easy as just saying, let's just do it. It reminds me of the movie. There's been a remake of it that I don't think was as good, but the original movie called Meatballs, you know, the one came out in the 70s, I think, starring Bill Murray. Bill Murray is this camp counselor, and in the Camp Olympics, they were going up against Camp North Star. Camp North Star had a lot of almost professionally trained athletes. Bill Murray, the camp counselor character, just kept reminding people that they had their own coaches, their own personal masseuse on board, and they were really worried about going into the Camp Olympics against their rival camp, the bunch of rich kids at Camp North Star, I think is what it was called. And this one young man was about to compete in the high jump, and he went up to Bill Murray and said, do you have any advice for me just before I make this jump? Bill Murray looked at it and he said, yes. And he got this very introspective look on his face, and he said, try to jump very, very high. That's kind of what happens when you hear someone say, oh, it's easy, waste, fraud, and abuse, or it's easy, let's just enforce existing law. So this was his argument, was that we can just enforce existing law because existing law, including but not limited to laws codified in 18 U.S.C. 1015, prohibit non-citizens from voting in U.S. elections. So let's just enforce it. Well, that's the whole darn point, Madam President. That's the whole reason why Chip Roy and I wrote the Save America Act in the first place. It's the whole reason we had to, because our existing laws, as interpreted and as implemented, make it impossible to find out where this is happening. We can't enforce existing law, at least not existing law within states that, number one, refuse voluntarily to come forward and share their voter registration file data with DHS to run it through the SAFE database, which I think roughly half of the states, blue states in particular, are refusing to do. And those states include especially the small handful of states that openly, brazenly admit that they allow non-citizens to register to vote to participate in certain local elections, even though they're non-citizens. So with all those states, including the handful of states that expressly allow non-citizens to vote, and then offer no explanation as to how they keep them separate from those who are able to participate in elections for federal office. They expect us to just, enforce the law. Now, Rhode Island is a blue state. I will check to make sure, but I will bet $5, a lot of money where I come from, that Rhode Island is one of those states that defiantly refuses to share their voter registration data. So how in the heck are we supposed to enforce the law when they make it impossible to enforce the law? It is unknown and it is unknowable. This can't be done. But they're just fine with that. Just as the ancient Egyptians weren't all that concerned about the working conditions, the health, or the pragmatics behind their slaves. Apparently, our Democrat colleagues are not all that concerned about non-citizens voting. All right, one more movie quote while we're on the topic. Shrek, one of the great cinematic masterpieces of the last 40, 50 years, half century. Shrek, there's a character named Lord Farquaad. Lord Farquaad is not what you would call a nice guy. Lord Farquaad is a despot, he's a tyrant, he's a fascist, and he's talking to his soldiers as he's about to send them into battle. And he says, now, I realize that in this battle some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. It seems like some of our Democrat senators are approaching this with an analogous attitude. I realize that if we do nothing, if we do not pass the Save America Act, we could have thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of non-citizens currently registered to vote in this country who will end up voting in federal elections and in some instances might even decide the outcome of elections. But that is a sacrifice we are willing to make. Why? It benefits them. That old Latin phrase, cui bono. Who benefits? They do. They benefit from the status quo in which it's impossible to enforce existing law. So no, Mr. Senator from Rhode Island, don't talk to me about the fact that we don't need this, because all we have to do is enforce the law. It can't be done, you know that, and you're all too content with that. So knock it off. The senior senator from Rhode Island goes on to say that they'll just use it to purge voter rolls. Well, yeah, that's the idea. Purge voter rolls of illegal voters, of non-citizens, not U.S. citizens. Nothing in the law would authorize that. If somebody tried to do it, not only would they lose in court, but they would be fired from their job, and they might even be imprisoned. I mean, this is serious business, and they're treating it as if they can just make up the facts and make up the law. They're entitled to their opinions, Madam President. They are not entitled to their own facts. And those things that they want us to accept as facts are just damned lies. All right, there were several references made to my home state of Utah, talking about how relatively clean Utah's voter registration rolls are, clean of non-citizens. Great. Yeah, well, do you know why? My state is not one of those that refuses to clean up its voter registration files. Now, I don't know whether we know the sum total of all those who might have been registered to vote, or whether they have been able to review all those. I don't know. I'm not going to speak to that. But I will say that in the last 18 months of the Biden presidency, Utah had more incoming illegal immigrant traffic into the state than any other state in the union, measured on a per capita basis. So even though over time, yeah, we've probably had pretty clean voter registration files, there's no telling whether that's still the case today. There's no telling whether that could change between now and this November's election, especially when people figure out that, hey, no citizen, no problem. Just go into a DMV, fill out a form, check the box, sign your name, and all of a sudden, you are a registered voter. Next, federalism. This is one of my favorite arguments that they make, and they make it over and over and over again. Both senators from Rhode Island made the federalism argument today. They talked about the fact that, you know, the part of what they said that is true is that the U.S. government is a government of limited powers. James Madison in Federalist 45 described this government, the one that we operate, the one for which we make laws, is a government with powers that Madison described as few and defined. And the powers reserved to the states are numerous and indefinite. Unlike the states, which are governments of general jurisdiction, they can legislate on anything just because. Anything that's not prohibited to the states, either by the U.S. Constitution or by their state constitution, they can do. We are not the same. This government is not the same. We have to have a specific reason to legislate, a reason that falls within Congress's limited enumerated powers, most of which, not all of which, can be found in one part of the Constitution that too often goes overlooked, Article 1, Section 8, but there are a handful of other scattered authorities throughout the Constitution, including the one that's most relevant here, and that's the one found in Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution, that gives us the authority to establish rules and regulations specific to the election of federal officials, namely U.S. senators and U.S. representatives. That same provision, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, says in the first instance that the states will conduct those elections, and that's true. It also says that the states will establish rules governing the time, place, and manner of those elections, and that's true. But then it also says in the very same sentence that Congress may at any time impose its own rules and regulations, not regarding elections generally, but specifically federal elections for U.S. House and Senate races. And so we have that authority. That authority is being exercised here. There is not a single credible argument that the Save America Act falls outside that authority. Not one. And it's very amusing. I talked about this a little bit last night. It's amusing to me that my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are making a federalism argument, claiming that our authority is too limited, so limited that we don't have the power to enact this. I'm surprised by that for two independent reasons. Reason number one, generally speaking, they don't like federalism. They're not fans of it. Ever since at least the Franklin D. Roosevelt administration, arguably it goes back to the Woodrow Wilson administration, the Democratic Party has not been the champion of federalism. And that is really, really putting it mildly. It's a little bit like saying that Jack Daniels and Jim Beam are not fans of teetotalers or of the temperance movement. I mean, look, these guys go whole hog into federalizing everything. And ever since April 12th, 1937, they've had their way most of the time because most things they can now justify. Franklin D. Roosevelt had Democratic supermajorities in both the House and the Senate. He bullied and intimidated the Supreme Court of the United States, which had been knocking down his legislative agenda, and threatened them. Right after his first re-election in the fall of 1936, Franklin Roosevelt was mad because a lot of the laws that he had pushed through as part of his New Deal program, remember the villain was the Great Depression, Franklin D. Roosevelt was going to be the hero, and his weapon of choice was going to be the New Deal programs where They're dramatically increasing the size, scope, reach, and cost of the U.S. government, putting it in charge of all kinds of things. And the Supreme Court, during his first term of office, kept knocking them down, one right after the other. You can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. And they were right. A lot of them were relying on an expansive interpretation of the Commerce Clause, which is there to give us authority to regulate things or persons moving in interstate commerce across state lines as part of interstate commercial transactions or instrumentalities or channels of interstate commerce, interstate airways, airwaves, waterways, and so forth. Whenever they tried to get too cute with it and say, well, it goes beyond that, anything that is sort of economic-ish and that involves money should do it. And the Supreme Court kept knocking it down. So what did Franklin Roosevelt do? I would imagine that he's one of these guys who probably played t-ball only as a little kid, never made it to baseball, and even when he was on t-ball, he probably played on one of those teams where they don't keep score because everyone's a winner. So he never learned how to lose like a gentleman. He got tired of losing and couldn't lose like a gentleman, couldn't accept the Constitution. So what did he do? Well, he threatened to force the retirement of a bunch of the Supreme Court justices who he didn't like, whom he had named the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, not exactly Mr. Congeniality there, and threatened to pass legislation entitling himself to pack the Supreme Court to increase it up to the tribunal as big as like 15 people. Now, they had just barely moved into their marble palace across the street about a year earlier. No, it was 2 years earlier to the date. The Supreme Court had always been sort of the anchor tenant of this building, or the subtenant, a redheaded stepchild, if you will. On April 12, 1935, this beautiful building over here opened its doors for the first time. They had been in there only 2 years when this court packing plan began in earnest, because FDR never learned how to lose like a gentleman and wasn't willing to accept the Constitution as the ultimate outcome. So he just threatened them. He threatened them to the point that enough of the justices flipped their votes, and on April 12, 1937, two years exactly to the date they had moved into their marble palace, the Supreme Court of the United States rewrote the Commerce Clause, giving Congress newfound power over basically everything. Not only could they regulate things or persons moving in interstate commerce across interstate lines as part of an interstate commercial transaction, and things involving channels or instrumentalities of interstate commerce, but now they could also regulate anything and everything, any and every activity that, when measured in the aggregate while occurring in one state at one time, had a substantial effect on interstate commerce. Yes, this is legalese. Yes, this is jargon for a very simple concept that just means Congress could now regulate whatever the hell it wants. Every aspect of human existence, labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, and welfare, even occurring in one state at one time, was now on the table, was now federal. Democrats have championed this the whole time. It was their court packing plan that forced them to push that through. And so my point is this. It is ironic, one could say hypocritical, and deeply so, for the party of unlimited federal power that distorted the vertical protection of federalism, and with it, the horizontal protection of separation of powers. We have never retreated from that position. And as soon as we gave Congress the power to regulate anything and everything, that messed up the vertical protection of federalism. We started messing up the horizontal protection of separation of powers. Because no sooner had we, as senators and congressmen, gotten all this new power, that we started saying, holy crap, I'm going to have to work a lot harder, and I'm going to have to take a lot more votes. They're going to make a lot of people mad at me. So they stopped making real laws, and they started passing platitudes. And it goes something like this. We hereby declare as a Congress that we shall have fair labor standards and practices in this country. And we hereby delegate to the National Labor Relations Board the power to make, interpret, and enforce rules carrying the force of generally applicable federal law that will guarantee fair labor standards. And they do that over and over and over again. This is what happens with their version of limited government. So don't talk to me. Don't talk to me about federalism. This is an area where we actually have a very specific federal power, and we have a very narrow, non-abusive, non-abusable grant of federal power to the federal government from the Constitution itself. This is not a federalism problem, Madam President, not by a mile. That leads to the next argument, closely related to that one. The senior senator from Rhode Island, who was on a roll tonight, I'll give him credit for that. The problem is that in an hour and a half, he failed to make even a single correct point without the use of abusing the English language, the law, the Constitution, and common sense. Other than that, it was a great speech. Having sort of exhausted his lame federalism argument, which doesn't work, he then said, but we have to remember that whatever power is granted under Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, to the United States Congress to provide rules and regulations governing the election of federal lawmakers, that's only for Congress. And you look at the Save America Act, and it gives responsibilities to executive branch agencies. Well, no crap, Sherlock. That's how we do everything. Everything that's delegated to Congress, all federal powers, when there's a federal grant of authority in the Constitution, with very few exceptions, like the commander-in-chief power that is given directly to the president, not through the Congress. When the Constitution threw out Article 1, Section 8, and the same would be true in Article 1, Section 4, Clause 4. When Congress is granted a power, it's understood that we make the law, but the execution and implementation of that law is given to someone else. This is not the same as what I was describing a minute ago, where the law-making power is handed in the first instance over to an executive branch agency. That is different. And that, by the way, Madam President, is why we need to pass the REINS Act after we're done passing the Save America Act. As I know, Madam President is a fan of that legislation, as am I. Because anytime we're making new law, under Article 1, Section 7 of the Constitution, you have to pass through this dual gauntlet of Article 1, Section 7. You cannot make a federal law, meaning you cannot make a rule enforceable by the overpowering, brooding omnipresence of the U.S. government unless you have satisfied this two-part gauntlet. You have to have bicameral passage, House and Senate, same text, followed by presentment to the President of the United States for signature, veto, or acquiescence. So, this is totally different than that. We're not outsourcing the lawmaking power. We're adopting a single, visible, understandable, intelligible, principle-based legal standard and then handing over to the Department of Homeland Security for the execution of that standard, which we've made with abundant clarity. So, the senator from Rhode Island says, but it gives Congress the power to do this, not the Department of Homeland Security or any branch of the executive, any part of the executive branch of the U.S. government. This is just nonsense. I've never heard somebody make such an argument, but it is wrong. We do have that power. That power doesn't evaporate simply because we ourselves don't implement it. You know what's funny here, Madam President? It'd be unconstitutional for us to execute it. Why? Because we don't have the executive power. We have a narrow piece of executive power expressly given to us on our executive calendar. On our executive calendar, we handle the confirmation of presidential nominees, and we handle treaty ratification. But that's it. That's the extent of our executive power. It would be unconstitutional for us to make a law and then also put ourselves in charge of executing that same law. That would put us in the position of the lawmakers in our mother country who don't have separation of powers like we do. They're barbarians. That's why we left them. It's why we don't fly the Union Jack. It's why our dental care here is much better than it is there. It's why our food doesn't suck, because we left them a long time ago because we got tired of them and their, hoity-toity butchering of the English language. But we especially got sick and tired of their lack of adequate separation of powers. So those guys are involved in the execution and implementation of the law. We are not. We can't be. So not only is he not making a good argument, he's making an argument that, taken to its logical conclusion, would be unconstitutional. All right. Mass purges. The senior senator from Rhode Island, still engaging in his paroxysm of paranoid fantasy, theorizes that somehow the Trump administration, and I'm trying to imagine the characters The animated character is running around in his mind's eye as he's saying this. Like, who is it? Is it like Steve Bannon and Corey Lewandowski, Stephen Miller? I don't know who it is, but these very Trumpy members of the executive branch who are friends of the president are just going to come in and say, we cancel all of your votes. Mass purging. Let's do this just to be mean. This is absolutely insane. That is not at all. There's nothing in the bill that would allow a mass purge of U.S. citizen lawful voters. It's never, ever going to happen. There was one interesting point that the senior senator from Rhode Island made shortly after making the argument I just refuted, where he said there are $0 appropriated for them under this legislation. That's true. Now, if the senior senator from Rhode Island is suggesting that we could make the bill better by adding an appropriation, well, we can talk about that. I don't believe that's necessary. The reason I don't believe it's necessary is that we already have several legal regimes, several statutory frameworks through which there are federal dollars already allocated to the states for their role in carrying out these responsibilities under laws like the NVRA and under laws like the Help America Voter Act. Now, if those are inadequate, which I don't think they are, but if they are, then let's have that conversation. By the way, before we get to our next flawed argument raised by the senior senator from Rhode Island, I've got to get back to the federalism argument. I left out a key point of that. In addition to the fact that the Democratic Party is about as into federalism as they are into kosher delis in Tehran. In addition to that, they themselves pushed a bill, ironically called the For the People Act, in the 117th Congress. Remember, this was that lovely time in between January 3rd of 2021 until exactly noon on January 3rd of 2023, when the Democrats held majorities in the House and in the Senate, and also held the White House. They pushed this bill called the For the People Act, which purported to be drawing its authority from Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. Now, not only were there lots and lots of executive branch agencies, like multiple executive branch agencies and departments, that were going to be empowered under that, thus eviscerating his own argument, but not one of them expressed a single reservation about that. In fact, every single Senate Democrat here at the time was fully supportive of the Save America Act. Not one of them ever suggested they didn't have authority to do that. Why? Well, because Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 is a thing. And ironically, we don't need to go too deep into this, but they actually pushed the envelope of Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 so far that I don't think that could have been upheld as constitutional. I mean, they trampled on all sorts of state sovereign authority matters that went far beyond the realm of just federal elections. They would have subjected every voting jurisdiction in the United States. It would have rendered every voting jurisdiction of the United States a pre-clearance jurisdiction. Whether you had ever had a history of racial discrimination or not, if you wanted to change your voting precincts, your legislative district maps, whatever it was, you would have to go and seek a mother may I from a political appointee in the Democratic Party at the Department of Justice. They were wildly unconstitutional. They would have changed all kinds of things, like voter registration deadlines. It actually stripped the state legislatures of their constitutionally derived power to draw congressional district boundaries. So for them to argue federalism here, give me the biggest break. This makes absolutely no sense. He makes the argument that this bill, the Save America Act, is not about election security, it's about disenfranchisement. It's really cheap. It's a really low argument, especially because there's not a single word, not a single syllable, not a single letter in the bill that can justify that. I know that my friend and colleague from Rhode Island, he must not mean that. I don't know who wrote that speech for him, or who told him he had to say that, or whether he did it himself. Look, we're all entitled to a mulligan once in a while, and I'll give him one here, but that's a doozy. There's just not, there's literally no truth to it. And that's the hard part about arguments that have zero truth to it, is that when they have as little truth to it as that argument, it's kind of hard to refute it. You have to build it up in order to knock it down, and that's hard too. The next point that I needed to refute was really important. And this is where I'm reminded of the limitations of my own handwriting. Can't read that one, so I'm going to step forward to the next argument. In each instance, both the junior senator from Rhode Island and the senior senator from Rhode Island, this being Rhode Island Day with the Save America Act, they both kept relying back on the fact that it's already illegal. Yeah, it is. It is already illegal for a non-citizen to vote. But the fact that something is already illegal doesn't mean that it's self-executing, that it's self-implementing, that it's self-revealing. It is none of those things. Some things are, some things are not. This reminds me of an argument that I had to refute either yesterday or the day before. Somebody said they compared it to laws governing the running of a stop sign. One of our Democrat colleagues had said the other day, in a way that reminded me of what the two senators from Rhode Island argued today, that you don't have a law prohibiting people from running a stop sign at an intersection and then say we need another law prohibiting the running of a stop sign in a stop sign controlled intersection. They miss the whole point altogether. The way that you could make that argument fair and analogous here would be to say if you had a law prohibiting the running of a stop sign, and then you had another law, or maybe the same law was interpreted oddly by some creatively thinking judges as prohibiting the police from monitoring or watching intersections guarded by a stop sign, then, yes, that would be a fair analogy. And yes, Madam President, then we would need another law saying, no, it's not illegal for the cops to watch that intersection. Another analogy here that I think is helpful just deals with another instance where you've got to prove who you are. I don't personally drink alcohol, but I know nonetheless that the way this works is that whether you're a young person or an old, bald person like me, if you go into a liquor store or any other place where alcoholic beverages are sold, you're going to get carded. And I know some people profess to being very flattered when they get carded because it makes them feel young when they do that. But my understanding is that you pretty much always have to show your ID when you go into there. They're just not going to take any ifs, ands, or buts. You have to show your ID. Is it the same kind of comparison? If we didn't have that law that you had to show ID when you bought alcohol, then it would be impossible not only to enforce, but even to detect violations of laws saying that liquor stores can't sell booze to kids. That's why we have the ID requirement. You got to establish who you are, and then there are some record-keeping obligations that go along with that. So this is just really foolish to think for even a second that it's enough to say it's already illegal. It's back to our point earlier of, oh, I know how we're going to save money. We're just going to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Great. You can't just say we're going to do this. Whenever you have a system of laws in place that are being broken, there is a grave risk that by not enforcing those laws, you will cheapen the rule of law itself, not just the law that's being broken, but the dynamic in which we as citizens in a free republic choose voluntarily, most of us, mercifully, to abide by the law. We try to keep the law. Things work better when they do, and when people break the law, there are generally consequences. When you live in an environment where the law is just disregarded and cast aside, bad things happen. But it gets infinitely worse, Madam President, infinitely worse. Whenever, wherever, you not only say we're going to just disregard it, but you put legal restrictions, legal impediments in place so as to make it impossible, not just to prosecute, but even to detect where the laws are happening. And then on top of that, it gets exponentially worse beyond that, whereas here it's not just any law, but it's the law that determines who's going to make our other laws. This is upstream from everything else. It impacts the legitimacy of this government. It's what's standing between us and untold amounts of not just election fraud, but foreign election interference. And so we can't pretend that this is academic, that this is a frivolous concern, and I will not indulge for another minute the absurd suggestion that this is about President Trump and his administration wanting to just go in and disenfranchise an entire gender or an entire race or an entire political ideology or a set of party affiliations. Nothing in this law would authorize that. There'd be hell to pay if anybody tried for it, and it's absurd to suggest that it's going to happen. But even worse than that absurdity is the absurdity that goes along with saying our elections will be fair and free of fraud when we've had 30 million people living in this country who are not citizens, about 15 million of whom entered the country unlawfully just in 4 of the last 5 years under the open border policies of the Biden administration, where we've got a law that allows anyone, even a non-citizen, to apply in most states, the overwhelming majority of states, just by going into a DMV, checking a box saying, I want to register to vote, signing their name saying, don't worry about it, I'm a citizen and I'm otherwise entitled to vote. When we tell our own fellow citizens that not only are we not going to enforce that law, but we're going to continue to make it impossible to detect and prosecute and punish violations of that law, heaven help us all. So no, this is not about a party or a part of the country or this or that subgroup or demographic. This is about one thing. It's about citizenship. And yes, it's already against the law, so let's act like it. Let's allow for the law to be enforced. If we did the same thing with our drug laws, everybody would be taking drugs. And it's almost like encouraging people to take drugs if you do it that way. But this is even worse than if you let our drug laws be unenforced, because this one determines who makes the laws. This one determines the legitimacy or lack thereof of our government. This, in effect, will disenfranchise Americans who will have their votes diluted and canceled out if we allow persons who are not citizens to vote in there. Madam President, we can get this done, and we will get this done. I was here yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before after that, before that, and I will be here every day until this is passed. I will not stop, and I know the presiding officer won't stop either. We're going to stay on this legislation. We will continue to debate. We will debate in the rain, on a train, in a box with a fox, anywhere, everywhere. We will debate this thing. We will make them speak until they are tired. We will make them speak until every one of their arguments, frivolous or legitimate, have yet to hear any of the latter, but it could happen, until they have all been exhausted. And then we will win. And at some point, we will move away from the frivolity. At some point, we will stop making arguments rooted in science fiction, paranoid fantasy, and move on to what the bill actually says. That's what happens when we're exhausted. That's what happens when people have to actually stand and speak and articulate their concerns with the bill. Sooner or later, you start being able to separate fact from fiction, from paranoid fantasy. And at that point, that's where the magic happens. We can start to look for where the real points of contact are. If there are amendments to make to this thing, let's make them. Let's make it work as well as possible but let's get it done. We're not going to quit. Miles to keep and miles to go before we sleep. We will not sleep until this is done. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.